Okay, there we are.
Great. So maybe we can start. So welcome, everyone. It's so wonderful to see so many of you who were yesterday in our first day, also so many friends and colleagues. We are very excited to start the second day of the Digital.Visual.Material symposium. We thought it would be interesting to maybe put on the table some of the ideas that we started to discuss yesterday, that we feel may be useful as we continue the conversation through the panels and conversations today. So we're gonna just put a few things on the table, let these things linger in the air before introducing the first session and get started with our business. I think one thing that came across in the conversations yesterday, for example, was this idea of computation and specifically AI and robotics as having a sort of emancipatory potential. The idea that particular uses of robotics and AI may liberate or help emancipate certain kinds of work. I think that was an idea that came across clearly in Mario's presentation, and that was discussed very productively in the session conducted by Michael Osman. I think in that regard, some of the thoughts that John May's presentation put on the table concerning the practicalities of computational abstraction help us reflect on how computational systems in design and, well, in architecture in this case particularly, engender circles of necessity connected to their scale that make it difficult to establish a binary between the alienation of industrial production and a sort of perhaps idealized or romantic engagement with computation. But throughout the day, we felt it was really interesting and productive to see a certain trajectory where, for example, in the discussions with around Akshitas and Jacob's work, we started to see perhaps unexpected historical and material connections between rendering techniques and aspects of environmental significance, aspects of class and cultural value. These discussions were very usefully and expertly framed in connection with philosophical traditions in the discussion in the morning. And I think it also, I think, perhaps raises a question about what frames may we use in engaging computational methods in the production of the built environment that help unpack the important questions about how we make the world, how things get produced, how things get imagined. I think the conversation with George took us in a slightly different and yet related direction, perhaps towards a rejection, like a frontal rejection of the notational and the digital that was so much at the center of the morning sessions, and perhaps towards an attempt to theoretically reformulate both design and computation by emphasizing the value or the centrality of perception and experience in questions of design. I think that's perhaps a refreshing or oppositional frame that we may also continue to reflect on as we think through these questions of the computational image, of the digitality, the visuality, and the materiality of design technologies. And I think that the roundtable was also moving us further in that direction when looking at computational systems, most embodied aspects, the interface between abstract systems and very material, very embodied forms of practice. These are just some thoughts. I don't know, Fiora, would you like to kind of help reframe here?
No, I think that's wonderful. And I think it would be wonderful to weave back some of these ideas in today's discussion. Today, I'm particularly excited about this morning's panel, which really delves into abstraction as a material, cultural, political process. And I think it's also interesting to think about structure in relationship to surface. Like in a way, when we were thinking about the symposium, these two terms are almost inextricably linked when it comes to computing. And it's interesting to see how the kind of there's a particular morality kind of ascribed to the surface. Yesterday, it felt a little bit like the surface was hiding or concealing, or sometimes kind of reflecting away certain concerns. There were kind of themes of depth and kind of like looking under, and I'm really hoping that this morning we might unpack some of these relationships. So maybe I can open today's panel. Today's a very exciting day. We have our structures panel in the morning with Aleesandra Ponte, Alma Steingart, Moa Carlsson, and Meister. Oh, sorry, Daniel, that's day 3. I think it's one slide back, right?
Sorry.
Oh, and I actually messed up the order. So Anna Maria second, Moa third. And then in the afternoon, we have 2 very exciting conversations with Leslie Mezei and Frinder Nake, which we're really looking forward to, and also Rachel Strickland and Paul Pangaro, which will be very exciting as well, I think. So we invite you to stay throughout the day and participate in the conversations. As yesterday, you can feel free to use the chat to post questions. We are saving everything. So in one form or another, these questions will make it either to our publication or our website. Like we'll find a way to kind of engage the richness of discourse that's also happening kind of on the sideline. So with that, maybe I'll introduce today's chair, who's a dear colleague here in Montreal, Aleesandra Ponte, who's been extremely generous in actually welcoming me here in Montreal as an assistant professor, involving me in her seminars and studios. So Aleesandra Ponte, I mean, I don't know where to start exactly in the bio. She's a full professor at the École d'Architecture at the Université de Montréal, and she has taught in an impressive number of places, Princeton, Cornell, Pratt, ETH, the UAV in Venice. She's been adjunct professor at the Queensland University of Technology and taught several workshops at the AA, at the Catholic University of Santiago in Chile, and the University of Costa Rica. So really a kind of ecumenical scholar. That's wonderful. So the reason that we're particularly excited to have Aleesandra moderate here today is that she's been thinking a lot about issues of form, information. She ran a wonderful seminar in 2018, thinking about architecture in light of ideas of form and information, as part of the Phyllis Lambert International Seminar that she's been running since 2008. And of course, I'd also like to mention her curatorial work. She's curated several really well-received exhibitions, like The Total Environment, Montreal 1965-75 at the CCA, the Canadian Centre for Architecture, here in Montreal. And she's also published extensively, including a collection of essays on North American landscapes, titled The House of Light and Entropy. And she's also working on topics of extraction and resource management. So we're very happy to have you here, Aleesandra, and we kind of pass the baton to you to introduce our speakers and open the session.
Okay. So thank you, Theodora. Thank you, Daniel. I had a wonderful time yesterday. I follow almost everything. And it's been incredibly stimulating, great papers. And so I'm looking forward to today's discussion with great enthusiasm. So I'll just be brief and introduce the 3 speakers. Begin in order of apparition of presentation. So Alma Steingart is the first one. Alma, I hope I'm pronouncing correctly, Steingart, German way. Alma is assistant professor at Columbia University, and she has a forthcoming book. She looks incredibly productive. I'm really looking for what she has to say, because these are topics that interest me profoundly. Theodora forgot to say that in the last few years, because Montreal is becoming a sort of center, a platform for development of artificial intelligence. And in fact, UDM, my Université de Montréal, has a big center for a big labs, a big center, development center for artificial intelligence, and Montreal has been testing and developing real fast this sort of technologies and applying it in different domains, including governance. So I'm really looking forward to what you're going to say about computations, and so she has, let me mention the two books. One is forthcoming. It's Pure Abstraction, Mathematical Thought and High Modernism, University of Chicago Press. And the other one that I'm really looking forward to is Accountable Democracy, Mathematical Reasoning and Representative Democracy in America, 1920 now, which is really, the super hot topic and things that we are discussing right now. What is democracy in America? Quite interesting. Then we have Anna Maria Meister. Anna Maria is an historian, a theorist, an architect working at the intersection, and this is something that interests me very much too, between architectural history and architectural practice, and critique, and on one hand, and the history of sciences and technology on the other. Wonderful, and I really like it. I don't know. So lately, I've been thinking of myself and what I do, because I also teach studio, something that in Canada surprised me when I moved here. I'm an historian as a formation, but I was asked to teach studio, and it's been a fantastic way of transforming the idea of how I think about history and what history represents in architectural culture. And so I think of myself and maybe what some of us are doing. It's a history of immediate presence, and I would add a gay history, that we should do a gay history of the immediate presence, and not get into despair given the situation we are confronting now. Alma got a degree in a PhD from Princeton University, and has a degree in architecture from Columbia University and Technical University of Munich. She's now working on multiple subjects, and she has published vastly. And actually, we collaborated, and we just realized that on a big project. Called Radical Pedagogies, talking about, history of the immediate presence and coping with the situations, and to think, what history is about, and how we produce history, and for what. And then last of today we have only 3 and not 4 like yesterday, but very interesting. Moa Carlsson. Moa is a lecturer in architectural design, researching history and practice of computing and information technology in design, planning, and cartography in Great Britain and the United States after 1945. She has a PhD from MIT in design and computation, and a master in architecture from Lund University in Sweden. And she's currently teaching in Edinburgh. She's lecturer. And she's going to present a paper on another topic. So I seem to be completely dispersed, but another topic that interests me greatly, which is cartography. She's touching on subject that I have explored, and so I'm really looking forward, Moa, to what you have to say about contemporary form of cartography and the history of inception of these contemporary forms of cartography. So I stop here, and actually I anticipated some of the comments I'm going to do and how I'm going to address the roundtable at the end. So thank you very much. Alma?
So first, let me thank you, Daniel and Theodora, for inviting me. What have been a really fantastic symposium so far, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation today. I know that in the past, I've always enjoyed our conversation. So again, thank you for inviting me. And thank you, Aleesandra, for this introduction. I should say that I will be presenting for my first book today, but I will be more than happy for us to talk about democracy and computation at some point. And thank you all for coming. And as an historian, I hope you will indulge me a little bit today, going a little back in the past to help us think a little bit about structure and how people thought about it a few decades ago. So I want to start today by juxtaposing the covers of two books that were published in 1965. The first on the left, Structure in Art and Science, was the work of designer and artist Gergely Kepes. The second of his 6-volume series, Vision plus Value. This book included essays by artists, architects, scientists, designers, and philosophers. And it was a product of several seminars that Kepes organized at MIT, in which he hoped to foster interdisciplinary discussion around the notion of structure in the hopes of bringing together the sciences and the art. The second book on the right, Axiomatics by Robert Blanchet, is an English translation of the French axiomatique, and it serves as an introduction to the modern axiomatic methods in mathematics that really had dominated mathematical research since the turn of the century. Indeed, by 1950, one mathematician complained, quote, "For the past 50 years, it has been axioms, axioms, axioms all the way, until axiomatics, to some of its practitioners, appears the only mathematics there is, and the answer to all of mathematicians' prayers." So what then unites these two seemingly disparate books, besides the year of the publication and the design of their covers? And the second question is that I hope to try to get to address today is what might be actually gained by thinking about them in conversation in tandem with one another. So while they're emerging from different trajectories and participate in two different conversations, both of these books speaks to the mid-century commitment to structuralist thought and to structuralist vision. Kepes, for example, believed that the sense of structure, as he writes, that artists and architects and designers needed to cultivate will hold the power to see our world as an interconnected whole. And he further explained that the most powerful imaginative vision is structure-oriented, as old connections crumble away, inevitably our creative efforts seek out new ordering principle to replace old. Now, similarly, I should say, for mathematicians, axiomatic and structure were one of the same. They very much designated the method and the vision by which new theoretical knowledge was to be achieved. And similarly, like Kepes, they believed that this was going to offer them a new way of kind of seeing beyond, under the surface, something that Theodora already mentioned today. Now, to recognize the deep connection between the two, it really is sufficient to read Buckminster Fuller's contribution to Kepes's volume. Explaining the appeal of structure to his own thinking, Fuller quotes directly from a report by MIT's Department of Mathematics. And he writes, mathematics, which most people think of as the science of number, is in fact the science of structure and pattern in general. And here I should say that besides influencing the works of designers like Fuller and people like Kepes, this notion, this belief that mathematics is not equal quantification, that mathematics is the study of structure, had, I think, even a deeper, and this is some of the work that I do to show that, has even a deeper influence, not in kind of the human sciences at the kind of post-World War II period. So anywhere from psychology up to really political science. So mathematics, Fuller explains, was unique because it was the most generalized of all scientific disciplines, the most comprehensive, the most abstract, and thus it clearly indicates, according to him, and that's a quote, structure is not a thing, it is not solid. Yet the structuralist vision that advanced by mathematicians and scientific humanists like Kepes were also fundamentally at odds with one another. So Kepes's book were bursting with images. The only way to reunite the modern science and art, according to him, was really to reclaim the place of the senses. The sensed, the emotional, are of vital importance in transforming the world's chaos into order. For Kepes, it was exactly the invisible nature of modern scientific knowledge, right? Viruses, atoms, mesons, protons, cosmic ray, supersonic waves, that really necessitated this new vision. Access to this new world, he insisted, cannot be limited to rational thought. What then was needed was a new structuralist vision that would attune the eye of the artist to the world of the scientist. You should say vice versa for him as well. So by igniting this cross-disciplinary conversation, Kepes sought to bring to light science's invisible structures. However, this was not the world of mid-century mathematicians. It was not the world of visible, theirs was not the world of visible form or of human perception. Mathematicians at the time were interested in the topology of the infinite, not of the world around them. And I should say that lack of visualization in images was in some way one of the defining features of mid-century mathematics that notably set it apart from previous decades. And I should stop here to say, this always happens when I present to crowds of people that are kind of coming from design and art, that of course, as the image behind me makes clear, their world was full of symbols, right? The world was full of commutative diagrams, of graphs. The blackboard for them was not an auxiliary, but the blackboard was actually quite integral to their work. And there's quite interesting work being done about the role of blackboards for mathematicians. But rather, what I want to emphasize by claiming that their world was in fact non-visual is that this is how mathematicians themselves conceived of it. That indeed, the move to axiomatics was in part spurred by this anxiety over the subjectivity of vision. And this trend was exemplified by the work of Bourbaki, this collective of French mathematicians who claimed that mathematics was, quote, a storehouse of abstract forms, the mathematical structures. So, right, so forget about numbers, forget about graphs, forget about shapes. Mathematics was the study of structures for them. And I should say, while not all American mathematicians really adhered so strongly to Bourbaki's view, the dominance of axiomatic thinking at the same time really cannot be overemphasized. This is a moment that instead of looking to the world around them, pure mathematicians really turned inwards. So consequently to that, pure mathematicians also redefined at that moment the meaning of aesthetic, the kind of nature of the aesthetic in mathematics. Specifically, what they end up claiming is that it was inversely proportional to its boundedness in reality. They argue that only by closing their eyes to the world, could their creativity be expressed, and the aesthetic, the true aesthetic quality of mathematics can be expressed. So John von Neumann echoed this vision when he explained that as a mathematical discipline travels far from its empirical source, or still more, if it is a second and third generation, only indirectly inspired by ideas coming from reality, it becomes more purely aestheticized, more and more l'art pour l'art. So this view of mathematical aesthetic was novel and to a certain degree unique to mid-century moment. It replaced an earlier and much more prominent view of aesthetic in mathematics, which had equated it with geometry, with patterns, with symmetry. For some mathematicians, this designation of pure mathematics as an art was derisive. It suggested to some that mathematical community had lost its way. And I should say that for von Neumann, probably that's what he was trying to get to here. But for many, many, many others, l'art pour l'art was a cause for celebration. It was the only proper response to the growing militarization of mathematical knowledge, as the host of new fields from information theory to operation research to computing that emerged out of World War II all of those fields really emerged as mathematical fields very early on, and were taken to be kind of a new way of developing mathematical knowledge. And celebrating mathematics as art was the only response, the only way to recognize or return in some way mathematical knowledge and mathematical theory to its kind of quote unquote true nature, right? Not the kind of militarization of that knowledge. This view was expressed very clearly by a mathematician named Marston Morse, who stressed, and this is a quote, that mathematicians must make it clear to their students that mathematics is an art as well as a science. They must not leave it exclusively to the humanist and philosopher to integrate the knowledge of the day and give it spiritual unity. Right? He believed that mathematics had a really important goal and a role to play in bringing together the sciences and the art as well. Right? And to do so, he really stressed the artistic conception of mathematics. But again, he did not equate artistic conception of mathematics with geometry, symmetry, pattern, but rather for him, the basic affinity between mathematics and the arts is psychological and spiritual, and not metrical or geometrical. So both mathematicians and scientific humanists appealed to structure in some way to serve as a reaction to the militarism of post-war scientific knowledge, and to appeal to some kind of a new humanistic order in which the sciences and the arts would stand on equal grounds. However, their understanding of aesthetic was quite at odds with one another. So the contribution to Kepes's edited volume sought structures with their eyes wide open, whether it was the structure of a crystal or a Max Biel sculpture. Structural vision was available to the senses. This, after all, according to Kepes, was exactly what was missing from the rationalistic worldview that was advanced by modern science. But in linking creativity with axiomatic, that aesthetic dimension of mid-century mathematics was inherently non-visualizable. The aesthetic could only be attained by turning away from the world, not towards it. And really the difference can be best understood by looking at topology, right? Unlike geometry and how topology at that moment, how it served as a common language across the sciences and the arts. So unlike geometry, topology does not revolve around metrical qualities of forms. Rather, topologies are really interested in exactly those characteristics of space that remain the same under continuous transformation. It was a relatively young field. It really dates to the end of the 19th century. And topology as such become the symbol of non-quantitative vision of mathematics. And as such, it was embraced both by mathematicians, but it was also embraced by scientific humanists like Kepes. So one of the contributors to Kepes's volume was Jacob Bronowski. He was trained in mathematics, and like Kepes, he was committed to the idea of uniting the sciences and the art. Both the explains shared an underlying approach, the search for structure. And in his essay, he writes, science is pictures as preoccupied less with facts than with relations, less with numbers than with arrangements. This new vision, the search for structure, is also marked in modern art. Abstract sculpture looks like an exercise in topology, exactly because the sculpture shares the vision of the topologist. And to illustrate his point, to make it clear, Bronowski in his essay points to the work of artist Henry Moore, and specifically to this sculpture. And he writes that the shapes which Henry Moore gives to the human form are strong and highly organized, but they're not organized on the frame of a skeleton. He's saying something else about the body than that he has bones in it. He's saying that the limbs are connected by a geometry which is characteristically human. The shape that he makes own the humanity to their characteristic topology. The topological perspective, which Bronowski kind of reads in Moore's work as the basis for kind of structuralist vision of art, did not seek to reproduce what appeared on the surface, but specifically to elucidate the underlying structure behind it. Now, Bronowski, I should say, was not alone in calling on topology to join the art and the sciences. in his 1971 article, Structure and Pattern in Science and Art, and in his later book, Space Structure, Arthur Loeb homed in on topology as well. Trained as a physical chemist, Loeb's interest in design and arts made him a very influential figure in the early days of Harvard's Department of Visual and Environmental Studies. Loeb explained that the word structure can have a double meaning as both a collection of entities of patterns and as a well-defined relation to each other. So for Loeb, like Kepes, the structural approach was hierarchical. And this is a quote from him. He says, when we deal with the relation between as well as within patterns, we study structure of structures. And this terminology, this belief that what we study is the structure of structure, was in fact exactly the way that Bourbaki talked about their work, right? The idea that what mathematics was a structure of structures, same language. Topology was one of the prime tools which this kind of structure could be investigated according to Loeb. And he believed that the topological description of a pattern, again, is concerned not, quote, with the exact values of distance and angles, but rather with the number of connection. So we have a shift from distance and angles to connection that gives rise to this better category, better understanding of pattern. But despite their appeal to topology and the emphasis on relations and connections, this topology that Loeb and Bronowski in the kind of 1950s and 60s and 70s and their colleagues were after was in fact distinct from that which interested mid-century mathematicians. By the mid-1940s, the dominant approach to topology among mathematicians was actually completely algebraic. So unlike earlier days of the field, mathematicians were no longer concerned with the inherently visualizable conception of the field. So even though the field emerges, topology, like a young field, emerges out of very visualizable concern about the relationship between surfaces, by the mid-century, that origin of the field completely disappears. Their studies get revolved around the algebraic axiomatic structures that really defined topological research at the time. So when a book was published, for example, in 1942, named Algebraic Topology, one reviewer remarked that the book presents the material with full accuracy and with clarity, but it's largely lost touch with geometry. The idea that the relation by that point of topology to geometry is almost completely evaporated. The reviewer, in fact, continued to say that whereas the book gives, quote, far-reaching results in very abstract style from quite a unified point of view, the reader must largely furnish for himself the appropriate geometric interpretation. Most striking of all, there is no single figure. In fact, by the 1940s, not only was it possible to publish a book about topology with no illustration, it became the norm. That was the only way that you would approach, if you came into the field in the mid-century, the way you would learn topology for the mathematician was inherently non-visualizable. So in other words, the topology that was hailed by Bronowski and Loeb was the topology of the 1920s. As such, while mathematicians and critics called upon structuralist vision to reunite the sciences with the arts, their worlds were in fact quite distinct. Kepes' insistence that scientific rationality on its own was insufficient, and that the artists and poets had much to contribute. He insisted on the world of the senses. And to do so, he called upon a new vision, a structuralist vision that will really bring together, right, artists and designers and architects. And here the word vision for him was understood as a new theory of perception. Yet for mathematicians who similarly claim structure as a bond between science and art, we're very happy to leave behind the central realm. The structural vision they called upon was pragmatic one. It was a vision that was upheld not by sight, but by the mind alone. Indeed, for Cold War America, they consider it imperative to do so. So the difference can best be illustrated by what happened to topology in the 1970s and the 1980s. This is a time when a group of young mathematicians turned against the dominant structuralist approach that they were educated in. For this diverse group of mathematicians, the computer, and particularly I should say computer graphics, offered a new and exciting tool with which to study topology. Instead of approaching topology as a set of axiom theorems of proof, they wanted to bring topological theory to life. As one mathematician explained, quote, "It is only in recent years that remarkable improvement in computer technology have made it easy to externalize these vague and subjective pictures that we see in our heads, replacing them with precise and objective visualization that can be shared with others." The computer became a tool with which to translate the symbolic and algebraic into a pictorial language. They wanted to reclaim the mathematical aesthetic in the concrete, the visual, but to do so, they first had to turn their back against the structuralist vision of mathematics. So an early convert to computational geometry was George Francis. And when he reflected on his student days, he remarked that, quote, "This was the era of Bourbaki. And for a decade, I erred blindly in higher dimension. It's only by rejecting mathematical structuralism that he was able to turn his attention to visualizable topology." And I should say first he tried his hand in illustration that you can see here, and later on he turned to computer graphics. Another early adopter of computer graphics was Thomas Benchoff, who, like Francis, felt that he was unable to pursue his own geometrical interest due to the dominance of axiomatics. So for him, the computer was the perfect tool with which to study fourth-dimensional surfaces. So the world of Francis, Benchoff, and their colleagues, unlike that of their teachers, was full of images and illustration. Their senses were alert. Now, some of these mathematicians, I should say, even began collaborating with artists and their work. And here you can see Thomas Benchoff with Salvador Dali, for example, who would invite him to his hotel every time he visited in New York to show him his latest computer graphic for computer graphic film. So you can say that in some way, they are the one that fulfill Keppesch's desire for a new humanistic order. Yet by kind of last few words of concluding, I just want to say that their affinity is actually in fact greater. Keppesch's work, according to Reid Halpern, represented a transformation in the histories of visuality, when kind of perception gained autonomy as a material process. Now, the early forays of mathematician into computer graphics, and this is films by Benchoff, early films by Benchoff. These early forays, I want to suggest, can themselves be conceived as research into perception. Instead of approaching mathematics as disembodied research, computer graphics offer perception itself as the subject of mathematical investigation. Building upon a host of technological mediation, mathematicians aim to bring all their perceptual faculties to bear upon the problem lying at the limits of perception, from optic to tactile to haptic to kinesthetic sensation. The theories of perception were not merely side effects, but rather were at the heart of mathematicians' work. Exploration of mathematical space are by their nature also inquiries into human perceptions, its extension, mediations, and limits. Thank you.
This was great. Do I just go ahead with the next round? Or do we do comments, right? I just present myself now. There's good connections, but
the comments for at the end.
Okay, so perfect.
Just go.
I will practice the share screen once more. I think I'll try it like that. One second, we can do it. Even on the small screen. Well, actually, we might not be able to do it. 1 second. I'm on my laptop and it's tight real estate. All right, we'll try. This works? Okay. Okay, so there's many, thanks Alma, this was really fascinating. And I think there's some connections, even some personal ones. Max Bill shows up in both of our talks, of course. And I think in a way, I will talk now about the solid of the structure or the kind of material of the structures, or at least let's say some of its preparations. But first of all, thanks to Daniel and Theodora, this is really a really exciting event. And I'm super grateful to think with everybody yesterday and today and just explore all of these directions. It's been really stimulating, and we'll see that the discussion today tries to do the same. In an undated, so I'm talking today about the HFG in Ulm in its preparations and also its process, and looking at how they were processing models, but also modeling processes. Okay, so this is not working, sorry. Something, I think I need to stop share again and try something else. Sorry. There's a, let's try this. Does this work? Okay, sorry about this. Again, as we've heard yesterday, it's only been a year, so clearly we still have work to do. So in an undated brochure from the early days of the Hochschule für Gestaltung, HFG, in Ulm, a diagram explains to both funding bodies and interested future students the intended ideal process for a product to be developed and shaped in the school. The so-called old model up at the top, namely the object of design prior to the optimization process prescribed by the diagram, enters the studio for product form, where it undergoes a theoretical analysis. It then is handed over to the test center, where experiments and general testing, prinzipielle Untersuchungen, are performed. The next stage, simply headed technology, is followed by a return to the studio, where the results obtained so far are coordinated and new foundations are defined. After a small detour into form studies, the old model moves to the workshops, where a study model is developed, then back to the test center, and again, back to the studio. Here, as next to last step, design, Entwurf, shapes the model before it gets produced a serial-ready model, produktionsreifes Modell, in the workshops. It then exits the process in its optimized state as the new model. Black text, lines, and arrows, both dotted and solid on brown paper. This process is drawn as an unambiguous series of steps, each marked with a small circle, as you can see, connecting the two lines, necessarily resulting in the new and improved version of anything that you would put into it. And while its makers might have thought of teacups, like these ones, or roofing systems going through this process, or at least being the result of this process, the model referred to in the diagram applied to any project in progress across scales, or at least that's my argument. The seeming innocuous description seems to start to flicker between several seeming oppositions, the analog and the digital, the object and the model, but also the subject and the object. And we've talked about some of these seeming dichotomies yesterday. The HFG became famous for its neo-rationalist product design, which shaped West Germany mainly for decades long after the school on the hill outside of Ulm had closed its doors. Founded by Otto Eicher, Ilse Eicher-Scholl, and Max Bill, who we just saw a sculpture by, the school was not just a sequel to the Bauhaus, inheriting the latter's subtitle, Hochschule für Gestaltung, but it was conceived in a post-World War II atmosphere of reshaping German society after the National Socialist regime. So the school's goal was early on to re-democratize not its students, but the nation, small goals, through the designs developed by an educated elite. This shift towards design was not set from the very beginning. Conceived of originally as an adult education center in the line of the Volkshochschule that Inge Eicher-Scholl was directing in Ulm, the school was developed with members of the Gruppe 47, a literary humanist group, as multidisciplinary education center. funded partly by the US occupying forces. And René Spitz has published a great book about the political details of these kind of funding and structuring processes. The school's moral capital was grounded in the connection to the resistance group Weiße Rose, White Rose, with Sophie and Christoph Scholl, who were the siblings of Inge Eicher-Scholl, one of the founders. Re-education, or rather the forming of this democratic elite, as they called it, was built into the school's DNA, especially early on, from when this diagram, as we've seen, that was made prior to the school's opening was made. The HFG was also one of the first schools, as I'm sure many of you know, of design to introduce cybernetics to the curriculum, a move that many claim, especially at the school, to have provoked a rift in its population between those who believed in the good design as purpose of the school, such as, for example, Max Bill or Otto Eiche, and those who were researching processes and automated Gestaltung, such as Gibbon Siepe, Thomas Maldonado, Horst Rittel, and some others. For the latter, cybernetics then seemed to promise to finally remove the subject and with it the subjective from Gestaltung at the school altogether. And yet the school's founders had looked to program good design. After all, the school was at one point to be called, I think I have a slide for this, an institute for good form, a research institute for good form, before it even opened its door, a programming not through codes, but through institutionalized processes and curricular definitions on paper. And the image before is basically what Max Bill brought from the Swiss Werkbund, die gute Form, into the school in its foundings, this understanding. But how was one to design such good objects? After all, the school had been called in the planning state, the Institute for Good Form, and the curriculum had included not just practical training and workshops in close collaboration with industry, but all sorts of subjects such as visual design information, but also urbanistics, sociology, architecture, politics, economy. So it was a kind of kaleidoscopic approach. But the school was also always closely collaborating with the industry, which was meant to prevent design from being either functionally or materially inadequate. But I would argue that was in fact the site for the kind of formal modeling mentality that then was established at the school. And in the history of science, three-dimensional models have recently gained new interest, recently and maybe not so recently, as instruments in the production and distribution of knowledge, as, quote, models of the world, as, for example, Soraya Dechara-Devian and Nick Hopwood call them. They're studied in their role of staking claims, describing theories, and teaching scientific concepts. At the HFG Ulm, however, the models that the students built were not models of the world, but models for the world. And if, as Hopwood and Dechara-Devian say, models were central to projects of enlightenment, and again, yesterday we talked about enlightenment a fair bit, the HFG, I would say, was a truly modern endeavor. And when in the 1950s, the notion of the model in the scientific sense entered architecture in a more obvious way through not only these kind of cybernetic processes, models then became replacements for formally subjective choices. So we're not talking about the model as the kind of city model or the representation model for a competition here, but models as we see them here as a kind of physical attempt to objectivize design choices. Using procedures and techniques from disciplines such as the social sciences, computer science, or engineering, the model now promised an objectively good result. This shift was ostensibly the source of a long-standing contention, and I say ostensibly because there were many more continuities than let's say, oppositions, I would say. But this shift from the thing to the process was the source of a long-standing contention between two groups at the school, the object makers and the process designers, both of which assigned a different role to mostly the subject. In the former, the subject was necessary to take every decision, mold the shape towards the finished object. In the latter, the subject was needed to amalgamate and translate the tools from the sciences for their use in design. After that, the subject's role consisted of the channeling of input paradigms into the process that had been created. But as I've just said, I think that's a false dichotomy. Both parties from the very beginning attempted to get rid of the traces of the subject in their process altogether, both the object people and the process people. And yet it was the subject that was at the heart of the school's design process from its very conception. It was the German subject, and for the HFG Ulm, the German subject was in Ulm, down the hill in the city, that was supposed to be educated by the model objects produced at the school. A re-democratization through design, funded by the US occupying forces, as we've heard, grounded in the history of the Nazi resistance. So when we look at the drawing, the feedback loops in the model process sketched here were not electronic, not digital, and not scripted. They were enacted design operations on a physical object, traveling through several iterations of betterment in physical space. Models at the HFG oscillated between made object and conceptual method, from working model, Arbeitsmodell, to model project, Modellvorhaben, and back. Even the school's own approach of combining science, art, and practice, as we've seen in the curriculum before, became known as the Ulm model. Over the course of the existence of the school, the latter rose to the stage as main protagonists. So when we say model and HFG, this is what most people think about. When the term model was used to refer to the working principle. In a way, the dismissal of, let's say, last year's model could here apply to both the takes on pedagogy, but also prompt the overhaul of outdated shapes of design objects. This was again the curriculum. So if we take the model process outlined above seriously, we might take its mechanics literally straight from this page. Not, and I think that's what we can discuss in this panel, not as a metaphor for abstract programming, but as a truly material sequence. And then the question of the model at Ulm might not have been one of dematerialization, so not really the question from object to process, but one of shedding. And maybe in a way then the physical model going through the physical feedback loops was in a way already eagerly trying to assume a scaleless universality of the later theoretical one. Because when we look at photographs of early models, the physical ones produced at the school, we see them portrayed removed from context, shedding all particularities of size and scale. They're painstakingly put in scene, and the photography at Ulm was the medium to showcase the Ulm model to the world. So the photographs of these objects were deliberately circulated and produced in a very specific way to show what the Ulm model as a kind of product was. It was meant to communicate a highly manipulated and orchestrated view of a fabricated model that was to be the stand-in for the mass-produced object of the future. So what we see here, of course, is not the mass-produced thing as with the stacked cups, but the model that would signify a kind of future mass production. So where model making at the HFG was the mode of production of the object, it was photography that rendered the Ulm objects into the good objects that we talked about. They were always photographed, quote, from slightly above and mostly frontal, which again, there's a whole other story here about this point of view as a kind of either playing child, as I've explored in my work, or that of the kind of maker or ruler looking from slightly above over their territory. Assuming this point of view, each presented object became first and foremost a three-dimensional sovereign thing in front of a neutral background, providing new projections of meaning by removing coded formal details, which conventionally would reveal function or scale. Bernd Meurer's and Herbert Ohl's proposal for low-rise housing, for example, consisted of modular building blocks, which were recombined in different typologies, stacked, spread out or lined up. The blocks created different spatial and urban effects without ever acknowledging their context. Architectural scale here is only revealed by the title of the photograph, labeling them as housing, Wohnbauten. Reversely, toys that were designed as toys were barely distinguishable from the school's other design objects. The toy system by Zeischek, for example, was represented like all of the other systems and processes in form and material. So whether you have a grid of calorimetric elements or animal toys or modular housing, they kind of all assume similar logics, similar processes and they went through the same process that we've seen before. The animal toys by Hans von Klier on the right, in turn, behaved like architectural objects. They were stackable and almost indistinct from formalist studies of filling space. So the representation of models depended in part of their scalar at the school in Ulm, depended in part on their scalar independence. And the scalar independence was not a stylish move, but was inherently related to the shared understanding of what was geometrically or color-wise or materially a good object. A good object at the HFG offered itself to the viewer and player as an object of play and a model for world making. So here we see another example. Consequently, the human figure was absent from most of the photographs selected to represent the school's designs. The objects were tasked to speak for themselves, front and center, and photography, as we've heard, was a tool to convey their kind of objective Sachlichkeit to the audience. Stripped of everyday details and remnants of the world they might find themselves in, the portrait models dominated their paper space with no one to compete with or relate to. A deliberate representational choice perfected over the years with one specific photographer at the school. And in the rare case where a human figure was shown in relation to the designed objects, as here in the photograph of the Braun hi-fi system, it was the object which was portrayed in focus while the subject remained a moving blur. The phonosystem occupies the foreground, a stable material presence at the center of the image. And when portrayed with architecture designs, the subject then was not only blurred due to motion, but its form is often cut, decentered, or pushed to the background. So maybe the human subject at stake in the model process of the school was not, despite claims to the opposite, the larger West German public after all. Maybe it was the students that would be circulated through the feedback loops of an ever rewritten curriculum. The model elite that would pass year after year through the many faculty meetings, defining ever more steps to improve their abilities and skills. The students who lived with their teachers in the monastery on the hill, not allowed to listen to pop music or be in touch with anyone but each other, one phone line down into town that didn't work when it was snowing. Living in spartanically furnished cells with bare walls. The students who went to the workshops to work and rework their models until what improved was not the object, but themselves. Returning to our diagram, the model in question then starts flickering, but not as some would have it between the digital and the analog. Still very much material, one might say that it was in fact physical models who rehearsed materially and formally the process of being processed for any object being designed at Ulm. So the elaborate scheme was neither a curricular diagram, which was found a few pages earlier in this brochure, nor an aesthetic declaration as the photographs we've seen in the school's magazine. But I would argue, and that's something I also really would like to discuss, that this diagram flickers not just between the material and the procedural either. Rather, what we see here scripted on paper might have been the attempt to model a process. And this process was not, I would say, limited to the artifacts, but was one that ultimately included students and teachers as its subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. That was fantastic. Moa?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you. Let me just share my screen here. Oops. Does that look okay? Yeah, okay, perfect. So thank you so much, Anna Maria and Alma. Those were fantastic presentations, kind of hard to follow, but I'll try. And thank you, Theodora and Daniel, for this fantastic event. I think we have a lot to talk about already, and it's the kind of different themes that you brought up before as well, I think resonate through these different talks in different ways. So my presentation here will center on debates happening around year 1970 So I will, in a way, invite you to come with me back to that time. And I will focus specifically on early experiments in computer mapping in Britain. I will trace the changing status of the graphical paper map during this time, or over a period of about 15 years or so, and observe how it eventually gives way for the structured data bank or database. I will dip into this protracted transition and suggest that in it, we can see the map image shift from being a static, authoritative source to becoming a deliberately fickle and transient front of the much more powerful and also financially valuable relational database. As I will show you, in this shift went far beyond the map image itself or the map object, challenging both the professional status of the cartographer and also bringing one of the most foundational institutions of Great Britain, the National Ordnance Survey, which is the national mapping agency, out of balance, even into crisis, one might say. So the first forms of geographic information systems as we know them today date back from the the late 1950s, with the first kind of credible mapping systems making their appearance in the early 60s, with the work of the Canada Land Inventory Project, the Harvard Laboratory for Computer Graphics in the United States, and also in England with the work of David Bickmore and others at the Experimental Cartography Unit, which is what I'm going to be talking about here mostly. And these early experiments were limited by the computer hardware that they ran on. Processors were slow, and more crucially, memory was severely restricted. The arrival of, the early years were also hindered by punch cards and printers. And even when electronic displays became widely available, these were slow and rarely in color. Line printers were the norm, and as we know, kind of nifty methods of overprinting characters were developed to overcome these shortcomings. And the most well-known system of that kind is probably SYMAP, developed at Harvard, and we can see some examples here. The arrival of the pen plotter, The arrival of the pen plotter brought color, which was usually restricted to about 8 hues or so, and cross-hatched shading, which resulted in maps that were generally still not considered as aesthetically pleasing as the traditional cartographic products. So in this presentation, I will focus on the British context and developments happening around the Experimental Cartography Unit, which was based at the Royal College of Art in London between 1967 and 1980. So perhaps the most influential early proponent of computer mapping in Britain was cartographer David Bickmore. And it was while working at a publisher called Clarendon Press in Oxford in the mid-1950s that Bickmore initiated a major mapping project that aimed to take a cross-section of Britain at mid-century. So planned, produced and designed by Bickmore and Alison Shaw, the Atlas of Britain and Northern Ireland was a comprehensive folio of 200 maps. It's a very large publication. It's almost a meter in length, this book. And it covered not only the physical features of the land, the geology and the relief, but also the climate, the behavior of the surrounding seas, the discharge of rivers, the soils, the natural vegetation, the spread of agricultural production, the agricultural labor, and so on. All prepared by hand, skilled hands at the drafting table. The presentation of data in this atlas was really ingenious. The map of agricultural holdings, for example, used subtle colors to portray complex and highly detailed some might say, niche information, such as where vegetables were grown during the winter months and which soils of Britain would yield the highest crops of potatoes, which you can see on the slide here. So the atlas was, in other words, hugely detailed and complex in its presentation. And according to Bickmore, the production of it was an absolute nightmare. Before it was eventually finished, a lot of the information was out of date. By 1959, so around 3 years or so before it was actually published, Bickmore had become convinced that computers would revolutionize and even be the salvation for map making. And it was the time, the labor, and the cost required to keep maps up to date that was the main issue. The mapped data simply lacked a structure that would let it be updated and retrieved easily. To keep maps up to date at the various scales that the Ordnance Survey and the ECU was publishing was a never-ending and monumental task. And it was really to overcome this problem of keeping the information up to date that Bickmore turned to computer. And similarly, another project that you might know, the Canada Geographic Information System, the founder of that, it was the realization or the impossibility really of analyzing maps of East Africa, where he was working prior, for the purpose of identifying the site for a new paper production industry, that Roger Tomlinson realized that computers could provide a cost-effective means to check, edit, and classify data. So in both cases, it was really the appetite for computing grew in response to a real and significant shortage of both staff resources and lack of funds. So after his epiphany, or the learnings made from the Atlas of Britain, Bickmore persuaded the newly formed research council, the Natural Environment Research Council, NERC, to found an experimental cartography unit, for which he became the director. From the start in 1967, the unit's role was eclectic. Its aim was to find ways of using the computer for making maps more rapidly and more cheaply, but also to investigate the physics of the graphic displays and to improve the legibility of maps. Its role was also to use maps, to explore the use of maps in other fields, such as economics or even history. The positioning of the unit within the Royal College of Art in London was a strategic move. Bickmore insisted that the new computer maps should indeed not be hampered by the graphic conventions established by manual drafting. The new automated means of producing maps, he argued, ought to make use of all manners and graphical styles and techniques. And the RCA had a strong graphical design department at the time, and to Bickmore, this was really a perfect fit for the new computer unit. But the unit's breakthrough came in 1971 with this map shown here. The map shows the geology of Abingdon, which is an area just south of Oxford, and this map was prepared with extensive computer assistance. It was the first map, in fact, to match the standards of the best multicolored manually produced maps. So widely considered to comply with the established cartographic standards, which were closely monitored by the British Cartography Society and the Royal Geographical Society, the map was proof that a major hurdle had been overcome. While the computer promised to reduce cost and time for map creation, it had until then been widely considered inferior to the historically significant feature, to a historically significant feature of British cartography, the graphic image. To emphasize how tightly this graphic was controlled by the Ordnance Survey and by these institutions, only one change was made to the graphic form of the 1-inch map series over the 15-year period that I'm talking about here. So it was a very, very tightly controlled image or graphical style, let's say. And until 1971, no computer-generated map had been considered graphically equivalent to those produced manually. But while the graphics now had been achieved with the Abingdon sheet, the production time and the cost had not been improved. In reality, the cost for the Abingdon sheet had been 4 times as high as those produced by hand, and it had taken nearly twice as long to produce. So the National Mapping Agency, the Ordnance Survey, which were following these developments very closely, were discouraged. If computer maps were so expensive to produce, then why do it? Yeah, as the keeper and later the copyright owner of the topographic coverage of Britain, the Ordnance Survey realized already in 1971 that the database could become a second product for the OS, which was a prospect with a significant financial potential. So just to emphasize the scale of map production at the Ordnance Survey at this time, in 1975, the cartography division, which was responsible, it was one of 4 divisions within the institution, responsible for map drawing, employed 1,200 draftsmen and women at this time, which today that's sort of the whole staff force of the Ordnance Survey. So it was a massive amount of employed staff. Yet the Ordnance Survey also feared problems of a different kind. Let's see here, I'll jump ahead. Oops. Sorry. There we go. They caution that major staffing problems may arise because computer personnel were better paid than traditional cartographers. So the fear was not only that the different pay scales might produce administrative problems, but also that the different types of personnel may give rise to what they thought might be social problems. And although this is not, of course, the main point of this paper, I think we can see here another thing that's at stake in this shifting map image and how different kinds of expertise were up against each other in these debates. So Bickmore's original idea was to store data on magnetic tape and to build up a library of such tapes into what he called a data bank. Each tape could then be played out or played back, as they said, onto the plotting table wherever needed. A tape of the coastline of Norfolk, England, for example, could be retrieved and played back whenever needed and could be changed in scale within a reasonable range. And to highlight a main difference between manual cartography and computer mapping at this time, the final product of the conventional method was the drawn map itself. The paper map was the ultimate store of all the information that had gone into its preparation. Once data was drawn in on the face of the map, it merged or fused, as George said yesterday, with the map image and became irretrievable. Data was, in other words, locked in on the paper map. It was kept in no other place. So I think that's something to keep in mind here. And just as a little interlude, I wanted to go back to these early maps, the first maps actually produced by the Ordnance Survey, which come from the General Roy's Survey of Scotland in the mid-1700s. And you can see here, I think this is an interactive map. You can view it on the National Library of Scotland's website. But just the way that the information from the field survey is really embedded in the map image, and really that idea that, for example, the detail of the landscape and of the mountains in this kind of beautiful watercolor. It's really not stored in any other place, but on the paper map itself. So back to late 1960s. To make a change on the traditional paper map, a cartographer or a draftsperson would simply draw on top of the master copy of the map or make a correction on a transparent overlay. The maps were so fully packed of information that it was very difficult for the cartographer or the draftsperson to make changes or additions. And once one scale, say 1 to 50,000 set, had been updated, the corrections needed to be propagated through all other map series at different scales, corrections that were scheduled and controlled and hence took time to implement, months, even years sometimes. And again, as a side note, today the Ordnance Survey often boasts that it makes up to 30,000 changes to the base map per day, which is kind of an interesting comparison, I think. But in contrast, the ultimate store of information in the computer map envisioned by Bickmore was the database, which was made up of fragmented pieces of information with pointers to other bits of information stored elsewhere. The map produced from this database, although it might be as detailed and graphically rich as the paper map had been, was in a sense a front or a peephole into the more powerful underlying database. In a report from the ECU from the early 70s, it reads, "It seems that the map as we know it will become less significant as an end product and be replaced for many purposes by the ephemeral displays and by cheaply produced micromaps made on microfilm. The design of the database, rather than the design of the map image itself, had now become the main focus at the experimental cartography unit. The database needed to be structured and organized in a way that didn't restrict the information from being used and played back in the widest possible way. And this was really a major change in approach. The concept of generalized data was new to the manual cartographers who were used to working towards a particular map sheet with a series of long-established cartographic conventions. But unlike the Harvard laboratory, which saw the genesis first of the SUMAP system, which was commercially successful at its time, and later spin-offs such as Infosys and Esri, whose founders we can see here, the ECU produced no commercially viable products. One of its main achievements was really to instigate computer mapping and the digitization of maps at the Ordnance Survey. And in 1980, the experimental cartography unit moved to Swindon, where it became part of the NERC unit for thematic information systems. David Rind, who had been the head of applications at the ECU, became the director general of the Ordnance Survey. So the paper map had in a sense lost its status. The traditionally most treasured product kept and sold by the Ordnance Survey. Led by David Rind, fresh from the ECU, the OS worked frantically to digitize its vast paper map collection. With 220,000 maps to digitize, the OS was desperate for solutions that would make the process efficient. And still, these efforts would take nearly 20 years to complete. So just to end, these are some images from 1971, which really captures the OS at this moment when they're exploring a hybrid method between the kind of skilled hand or like a trained draftsperson and the computer. So the computer generated base map, which is the image on the left-hand side, was printed out and then completed by hand, which we can see in the middle image. all according to what made financial sense and what was graphically acceptable within the established norms. And although by the mid-1970s, more than 1,000 plans were available for purchase on magnetic tape from the Ordnance Survey, the full digital coverage of Great Britain was achieved first in 1995, which, as we saw yesterday in Jacob's presentation, was the same year that Toy Story came to the cinema, so very, very late in the day in a way. And after that, as we know from the writings of people like William Rankin, GPS technology and satellite imagery, together with advanced photogrammetry techniques, came to dominate map making. So one of the points that I have hoped to relate here is that the transition from the paper map to the digital database was not a sudden development, and nor was it an immediate financial success. But rather, this was a process of negotiation that played out over approximately a decade or so. And in these developments in Great Britain, this small research unit at the Royal College of Art played a really decisive role. So I will end there, but perhaps we can discuss together what's at stake in this described transition from the paper maps to the logically structured database and the arrival of the computational map image. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, you guys were great, also respecting absolutely the timing with extremely great presentation and very dense. So let's see if I can reproduce Michael Osman fantastic gambit of yesterday, proposing a philosopher for each of you. No, I'm not going to do that. It's too risky, and I'm not sure it's going to really help proposing philosophers for each of you. I'm more like I would like to ask more precise questions. In fact, I already put one on the chat line for Moa, because I did follow actually a PhD was done in my school recently on the history of the Canadian information system. And it's a fascinating process with a totally different raison d'etre. So the reason for putting this in place, and actually they didn't have so much doubt of, of the question, how much is going to cost to do it manually versus using computing technology, because of the scale of Canada, which is the second largest country in the world, and the problems they were confronting. So the UK is really small compared to the problem confronted by Canada. And a number of things came out super interesting. For example, I was fascinated by the fact that, the morale of the workforce, asked to enter data, which is super boring. And in fact, they use mainly women to do that in Canada. It's very interesting. And actually, one of the things that came out of this study of the formation of the Canadian Geographic Information System is like it was, you can read it. And this is maybe a challenge that you can pick up. You can read it. And to talk about philosopher, Moa, you can read it as a perfect example of Simondon's process of concretization. So the concretization of a technical object. It means that so how do you, you don't need just a computer. You were talking of a plotter, of different elements that have to come together. and how much humans are going to be involved in entering information. So how this technical object that is, you know, that ends up to be called Canadian Information System actually is a concretization of a number of things that come together to produce, and it's not just the computer, the platform, the computational platform, it's different things. So the plotter, so that could be an interesting thing to work. So the different processes of concretizations, I don't know, in the 3 examples that you mentioned, so what happens at Harvard, what happens in Canada, what happens in the UK, what are the reasons behind the effort in the 3 different centers of elaboration of this system. And there is different policies, and they are financed in a different way. The Canadians are very keen, they really have to do it. They're taking their distance, by the way, from the UK. So Canada is becoming, you know, independent and confronting the horizon of the other empire, the United States, after leaving the other center of calculation, the other empire, which is the UK. So it's all a political question and geopolitical questions that give rise. So I'm very clear about the question in Canada. I wonder about the question in the UK. So what's the geopolitics behind this big and very expensive effort when they're sponsored by the government? And so maybe this is a question also to pose for the geographic information system created in at Harvard. Who is pushing for that? Who is financing that? What are the geopolitical reasons behind that? So this could, you know, frame the the questions in a very stimulating way. So, and look at other, you know, key moments and why this system concretized and in these different centers, 3 different centers. So that's, so I'm starting from you. It's you are the last one, but and also, you know, and then you confront questions, very interesting questions like the gender questions. Who are the people involved? Who is doing manually entering the data? So is it female, male? And for the Canadian information system, it's like the man presence. It was why they did it, because they need it for decision making in the government. So this, and it's very clear for them. And so at the top of the organizations of people working on this and communicating with the decision makers, it's always the men. So that's the division of roles, which is, you know, an aspect that is very interesting to investigate in general. So I go back to Alma, and I pose questions in a different way. Alma, that was super fascinating. Actually, all 3 are incredible talk, and they pose problems that can, you know, discuss across the 3 papers and connected with the topics that were discussed yesterday. Okay. So maybe one way of discussing it is, again, so I was telling to Moa, okay, you have like 3 centers in, and it's like North America, so the US and Canada that have very different cultures, and then the UK. And Canada has different relationship with, of, you know, empire and control and colonization. So with the UK and the US, and the idea that he has to have his own identity, and this, it's interesting, you know, in taking into account why these systems are developed. But the other thing that, and this question, or where this discourse where these things were talked about, comes up also for me, at least, in the talk of, in the first talk. So so it's like, it's very, very, very much North America that is analyzed. It's like, are we, or people that, okay, it's not just citizens, United States citizens we're talking about that are involved, that of course are many immigrants there, this culture, but it's the North American version of these questions that is presented. And I don't know, would it be productive for you to check out who was working, for example, on crystallography and topologies at the time? For example, there is an incredible school in Israel that absolutely amazing architecture. Alfred Neumann is absolutely reading all mathematic texts, and he's absolutely fixated, and he builds an incredible collection. He had a fantastic library of books on mathematics, on topology and crystallography. So why Alfred Neumann? It was a survivor of the Holocaust and moved from Austria when he, and then he went to Israel, and then he came to Canada, by the way. And why is building up such a huge library, you know? So, and on precisely the topic you were talking about, so, and in the same years. So, and this produced an architecture. So where are these centers? So it's just not North America, it's not just North America, but so it would be interesting to find different declination and why this happens in certain places. And so it can be in North America, but it's Israel. Why? So isn't it a good question to ask? And by whom? And by the way, Alfred Neumann and Zvi Eckart, they are not the only one, because the question of crystallography and topology comes up also in Ulm, to get to Anna Maria. And Anna Maria, I was very interested in the question, and what I'm going to ask you is this question of the subject and object. And I was fascinated by the photography of the model that are presented without scale, and the physical models without scale, but they seem to have such a really key role in the way the school presented itself. And the way, yeah, the model acted as a tool of design, as a tool of producing design. And I would like you to expand a little bit more, because there is another thing about the Ulm School and what I know of that, and actually the debate that came out of it. Because in fact, what was at play was also the question of environment and even ecological thinking. And actually the subject as immersed in a certain environment that was discussed at Ulm. And that was a reading of the environment actually that came out in parts from some theory that anticipated cybernetics. And of course you were talking about cybernetics. And exactly, so how, okay, I don't know if you can explore more of this connection between object, subject, and environment. So that both the object and the subject actually are immersed in an environment. So, okay, so I think I'm proposing to you difficult questions, but okay, this is it. Challenging.
Who wants to start? I can start. I mean, I'm just gonna do it reversely, because I think there's cross connections. I also posted a question to Moa in the chat, which I think is also a question that's for all of us, so we can discuss it later. So I think, so the subject-object question at Ulm, I think, is a very complex one, and it's not easy to discuss because there were so many different people there with very different kind of theoretical and ideological backgrounds. So I would say the earlier, and despite my work trying to not enforce the break, as has been done in the historiography mostly, but trying to look at the continuities, there are shifts happening. And in the beginning, we have a more, let's say, neo-humanist kind of approach, where the subject is a different configuration than later with the what you link to the kind of environmental thinking or theories that would be linked, let's say, with Maldonado and others. So the first answer is it's complicated, of course, as it always is. But I think it's interesting to explore precisely through the things I tried to bring up and that you've mentioned. How is the subject and the object presented, and how does it materialize, and which role does it actually play? And I think the object is very much the kind of materialized front that is not just in the circulated images and as the model, but also in the self-understanding of the school. It's circulated through West Germany to kind of disseminate society with this kind of gute Gestaltung, with this good form. So I think the object does play a more front and center role in a way, and the subject is continually being managed or processed to kind of guarantee a good object rather than, let's say, rather than educate a kind of fully rounded architect or artist or designer. The subject is really pushed to the background in a way where it's also curricular. There's an attempt to homogenize and flatten, let's say, subjective differences toward an objective object. So there are different roles. And I think what you said with the immersion in the environment, I mean, I think one thing that's important to mention is that environment, it's a different kind of environment than, let's say, the green environment that we would associate now. And the immersion is a very, at least for some of them, a very, let's say, rational or intellectual immersion, not necessarily a sensorial, aesthetic, emotional immersion. So there, again, the subject plays a different role, and the object is part of a certain kind of larger system, I would say, yes, but not, let's say, a naturalized, immersive part of a given environment, but rather the first part of a new environment that is yet to be built. And again, of course, that depends on who we're talking about precisely, but I would say there's the subject and the object play different roles in the construction of this kind of environment or different kind of environment. I don't know if that was an answer, but that's where I'll keep it for now.
No, you use a formula maybe. I think Thomas Maldonado had a very interesting moment. Actually, he was speaking, I can tell you what I was thinking about. Thomas Maldonado, when he writes about the book about, in 71, his book of 71. So maybe it's a bit later than the period that you were producing, but he comes up with the idea of Umwelt. But it's not exactly, it's not a question of green ecology or, but it's a very precise notion, and is proposed by von Hochschul, but now is read as someone anticipating semiology and cybernetic models. In fact, he proposed so the scheme, the diagram, which is a very beautiful diagram of Hochschul, is that the subject is a sort of which is the animal, but we can extend this to humans. And actually that was a big debate, how much you can extend this to human. So if the subject, the animal is not a machine, but it's more at the command of the machine, and select from the environment, what surrounds him, only particular signals, signs, and respond to that. So it's a input, output, and feedback response.
Yeah.
So this is the way Maldonado picks up the question of the environment, which is quite interesting. And by the way,
Yeah.
not the only one. And yesterday we were talking of Heidegger. Heidegger picks up on this von Humboldt too. No, sorry, von Uexküll.
Looks cool. Yeah.
Uexküll too.
Yeah.
So it would be super interesting to maybe to think about that and expand.
Yeah,
on
a colleague of mine, Victoria Oye, she's working on this idea of Umwelt from Uexküll to, let's say, architects like the early phase of the Kopimmelblau, for example. So this kind of construction of the input-output feedback kind of, but in a sensorial way. So she's working on that, and I think there's a lot to be discussed, especially when we talk about environmental histories. We need to look into these things. But I'll let the other two get to their questions.
Stop.
Sorry.
Where do you want to go? I don't mind. You go if you want to. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Aleesandra, for those kind of reflections and remarks. I think what the starting point for me with this paper, which is part of a kind of a larger project for me, which really is about the Ordnance Survey and this moment and this kind of crisis that they're going through. But the starting point was really this kind of banal, I suppose, for me, realization that in 1971, the image, looks the same, like the computer generated map and the paper map are so similar that these really kind of established institutions sort of grants it, like the graphics has been achieved and it becomes this this really pivotal moment for computer mapping. But of course, underneath that image, there's been all sorts of ruptures and changes and shifts in the professional status and in the work and in the kind of the craft that goes into producing it. So that's sort of where I started. And gender is definitely a big part of it. It's something that I haven't looked into enough yet, but I'm really interested in it. And as you've seen in the images, there's a lot of females present in the imagery, at the tabulators, at the drafting tables, also out in the field, like doing field surveys and so on. But I don't really want to say too much about that. But of course, this is a moment where the sort of trained computer analyst comes in, and they have these negotiations at the display, working through these different queries of the database. And there is definitely something about gender there that it's really crucial thing to flesh out more. I think in terms of that kind of, I would say that, so one of the things how I understand the Atlas of Britain is that they were already working computationally in that volume, like the way that the team was working through the data, the way that they were drawing on, census data and all kinds of other data sets. They were working very much like a computer already in that process. So I think that was part of the realization that, like, why are we doing this by hand? We could just as well, deploy the calculator, the machine to do it. And in terms of who drove it and who kind of paid for it and who was interested in it, I think there was a moment. So Matthew Allen really helpfully pointed out in the chat that at Harvard, it was really driven by kind of entrepreneurship. And I think the same was true in Britain later, in the sort of late 80s. I think that became the case. But in the earliest period, the Ordnance Survey is really the state. That's that's who they represent. And it's a moment where the kind of the statistics that comes out of the census data, for example, and the computing and the map sort of come together in really interesting ways. And And I think that, what was I going to say on that point? Yeah, I think the Ordnance Survey really, who's really been the kind of the monopoly of the map and of the map record for, for hundreds of years, they become so scared of sort of losing that monopoly. And as these kind of experiments start, not just at the ECU, but elsewhere in other parts of the country, they go around and they actually, I mean, the technology that was used to digitize maps, to turn them into these computer formats, they actually try to sort of patent a lot of that technology to really keep that monopoly for themselves. So it's an interesting also, I suppose, business history or cultural history of that institution as well. But yeah, I don't know. Alma, please.
Sure. I hope you don't mind it before I answer. Actually, well, I'm going to ask you like another question, or make a remark. That's something that it actually comes from Aleesandra's point. So about this kind of thinking about this as national. I wonder if you looked at the American census, from 1880, 1890 to about 1920, there were atlases that were produced after the census, after the decennial census. And they were incredible in terms of like the amount of information. I'm sure you've seen many of them. And in fact, they were like digitized, so you can actually look at a lot of those images. But I wonder, right there, it's also kind of this national story. But at some point, it just became producing those atlases, which is too expensive as well. But there's a story there for moving from data to visualization that seems to me might be interesting to think a lot, kind of about across your story that kind of picks up, later in the 20th century. But just a thought before I'm kind of actually getting to the answers. Do you want to say something? You looked at us?
I just wanted to say thank you. That's really interesting. Yeah, definitely that lineage is something to consider.
So, sorry. So now let me just answer the question. Thank you, Aleesandra, for this question. Yeah, of course, the question of why am I focusing on North America is a crucial one, right? I think to some degree, this has to do with part of what interests me is why a certain kind of approach to kind of structural thinking, structural understanding, although I should say this is very complicated because I think people mean very different things by it. For the most part, it just stands for some sort of a modernist conception in many ways, more than anything particular and unique. But it's still interesting, why is it that across different communities this becomes prevalent at that moment? And I think that the story for the US is why I focus on it, is that it is a reaction very much to World War II in many ways. And it's a reaction to the sort of kind of scientific militarism that I think is really much a part of this story. So is it just a story of the US? Is it just, no, I think that would be, I won't say that. Just we can think about Bourbaki themselves as a kind of this right, it's very much a French group. But I do think that the US in some way, this is where these questions are, you can see it play out across, like I said, even from the human sciences to designers and architects to mathematicians in a very kind of clear way. I'm not familiar so much with the work of Alfred Newman, but in a way, I would throw the question back at Theodora, who probably should know much more about it than I do, about his mathematical. I'm very, very curious about his mathematical kind of, what kind of mathematics. I'm not familiar, so it would be very interesting to know what mathematics he was reading, like what sort of mathematical work he thought is worth, accumulating at that point, and how did it impacted his own work. The one other way to kind of think about why US maybe is that it is not just a kind of reaction to post-war, but it's also a Cold War story in many ways. You can't. The Soviet Union is maybe the one place where this, even among mathematicians, there's an understanding that mathematics there is different, that it's not, that it's much more practical, it's much more applied, or it's like there's this anxiety, at least I will say, among some American mathematicians, that there the mathematics is different, the approach. There's a really interesting book about statistics that came out a couple of years ago, and how statistics was pursued differently in kind of China and Soviet Union. So it's not a story only of the US. I just think that the US, when you write, you kind of have to somehow restrict yourself, otherwise you never stop writing. Yeah.
Absolutely, but it's a sort of like a personal stories and experience, because as Theodora explained, I moved around the world and taught in many different situations, and so you sort of like and actually moving to Canada has been illuminating to me, because it's a very strange position to be in Canada. You are at the periphery, and so which is a great at the margin, which is a great position to observe, the centers, and give you a absolutely different perspective. So and I couldn't stop noticing how the imperialism of, let's say, of American United States academia, that's what it is, and how so it's centered about that, and not to think that, okay, hey guys, look, it's not happening just there. It's so, and so this can give openings to think in a different way about the problems. So it's not happening just there. So, and why is not happening just there, and what is the difference? It's like the question I was, the way I was questioning Moa. So why Canada is doing this? Why Harvard? So you see, by the way, Canada is the government, the UK is the government, Harvard is not the government. So already you start to think in a more specific and precise way. What is behind that? So what is not just the Cold War, maybe that justify where all these scientists and people working at the school, most of them are between MIT and Harvard. So why it's happening there, for example? So how they collect in a certain institution, and maybe this is again something to say, Anna Maria, what's happening? You say, okay, it's behind this project of the Ulm School. There is, a certain project of the US in post-war Germany, delicate problem, no kidding. But then you have this different constellation of personality that get there. So why? So to be specific about, so these things are situated and situating them in a larger sense. And see who is coming there and why. Could you give you different readings?
I mean, I just want to say that you're absolutely right. I mean, you make a really good point about, right, that it's this specific places like Harvard and MIT. The only thing I would say about that is that, MIT really, it's still this question of, in some way, the kind of institutional growth is enabled by change in the funding, kind of national funding that comes out after the war, right? That MIT really, the growth of MIT at that moment, right? In that sense, the fact that it's the US that, in Anna Marie's story, that actually kind of is supporting, right? There's some way in that kind of funding story that I think is, like you said, it's part of this, is beyond, even if it's not underfunded, it's kind of behind the scenes in some way.
Okay.
Yeah, and at Ulm, it's a kind of mix. I mean, there is the kind of 50% of the school is funded by the US higher, the HICOC, so the higher education kind of commissioner for higher education in Germany. So there is a clear understanding that there is a political intention, but it's not a one-directional, let's say, tool. So the school is not necessarily an instrument funded, let's say, behind a certain veil by a political regime, but it's a kind of opportunist mutual endeavor where a group of people want to found a school that's very different from the, let's say, conventional German institutions, doesn't have the money, and then kind of tries to come up with a program and a structure that both does what they want, but is fundable by the Commissioner for Higher Education. So it's a kind of exploitative or symbiotic or opportunist, however, from which direction you want to analyze it, kind of relationship, but it's crucial to understand the larger picture, I think. But it's not a kind of covert, as I think with let's say the stories of the Media Lab were in maybe other ways, as we've also, I mean, a few years ago with all of this stuff that was going on, we found out it was not a covert funding operation to develop certain strategies towards something, but of course, I mean, there were interdependencies and mutual intentions or mutual exploitations. Yeah.
Thank you. We have like 2 minutes actually to respect this, but I would like, you know, to give some time to the audience that actually is asking very interesting question on the chat line. I think you guys have been following. I saw some question and answer. So should I decide or?
I think, Aleesandra, we could open it up to the audience and maybe a couple of questions from the chat. And if nobody has to leave right away, we could stay on for a few more minutes. I mean, we don't have to extend all the way to 12:30, but just to give the audience a chance to interact with the speakers.
I will have to run to another Zoom call.
Okay, Alma, no problem at all. I mean, that's totally fine. We can keep the meeting on, and whoever is able to stay can stay, just to kind of have a more informal discussion. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us and for the fascinating talk.
Thank you. Whoever wants to talk is welcome to ask questions. I saw a lot of very interesting comments and answer. Let's see who's been very active. Is Matthew Allen? Matthew, do you want to? Matthew still there or not? Matthew Allen? No.
Yeah, I am here. There was a question right before mine by David, actually. I mean, if I would like to hear the answer to David's question or hear them discuss it.
Which David?
You, David.
Okay. You see, I've been very, I curate exhibitions at the Beale Center at UC Irvine, and I've been very interested, especially starting with my research in computational drawing and music, the work that was being done at all the labs around the world that were allowing art. It was the first real art science collaborations that were going on, and I haven't seen any really deep history into that, which I think would be very helpful. And I also liked what Leslie, I think it was Leslie, said about EAT was the one independent group that was sort of doing this as almost like a service, because they were working with all they worked with Jean Tingley, they worked with a whole series of people on expanded media, which I like, which to me is the more interesting way of applying this than just limiting it to computationally based work. That it's sort of the expanded media approach. So I saw a lot of interesting things that look like they're going to be talked about later about that subject. But I had one thing, just as briefly for Alma, that I think is really important. Maybe not for this audience, but in general, when a lot of people refer to their computer as a tool, and I think we always have to remind everyone it's a medium, and it's like what we're seeing is a very what we're seeing is more than just what that computational process do, that it's actually a medium to be explored very deeply. And I've heard people like Vera Molnar will say at one point, it's a tool, and then another point she'll say, no, it's not just a tool. So I think it's good to try to figure out what that tension is. So that was another thing I wanted to mention. So, but I'm looking forward to the later talks that are going to deal with this idea of the media, all the labs around the world.
I don't know, Molly, I see Molly Stinson. I saw comments, various comments. Molly, do you want to say more?
You know, I think that some of what I was saying got picked up. One thing I want to say is, wow, this has been wonderful. And it's been great to watch not only hear the talks, but watch the conversation meander. there's always clearly a history of funding that shapes everything, and continues to do so. And I think that looking things writ large is kind of interesting. But one thing I want to throw out there, I put a link in the chat to Maria Jorensdottir's dissertation called Transitional Design Histories. She's the former co-rector of the Umeå Institute of Design, and just defended her PhD back in the fall. And she describes this process of prototyping, as she calls it, about determining, asking the question, what kind of future emerges from this kind of history? And I think one thing that this conference really makes clear is a number of different potential futures start from the different kinds of histories that are evident in the work that the scholars here are presenting. Her work is a look at Swedish design history through a feminist lens that kind of puts this into account. But since we all have some kind of connection to contemporary practice, whether David is talking about his curatorial practice, or Ana Maria is talking about the position of a subject, or Moa is talking about mapping and what is, as a student of mine once asked, what does the map? I think that these present interesting kinds of futures and interesting kinds of future trajectories, but I would ask the panelists, what are those trajectories? Where might we go from some of what you've presented here?
If we knew that, that would be, that would be the bomb of the panel. It's like, no, this is where we're going from here, everybody. No, thank you for your question. And of course, I was thinking of you when we talked about the kind of the funding structures of, let's say, the MIT Media Lab. I mean, there are stories to be told. I think in my case, I mean, I'm just advising a dissertation, co-advising a dissertation in a digital design unit at TU Darmstadt, for example, or what I encounter in practice, both in the design, but also in current research that's not necessarily, let's say, historical research, is that we seem to, and it kind of, that's what the topic shows and the talks show, that we keep having not the same, but certain discussions every few decades, let's say, and there is a kind of anxiety, and then there's a problem. And of course, now we have other problems and arguably larger problems than maybe, or differently scaled problems. But I think one thing that we just, and I'm sure we all agree, so it might be ridiculous to say it here, but it's just to kind of complicate these rhetorics and these kind of exactly these kind of dichotomies between, let's say, there's a digital and there's an analog, or there's an object and there's a subject, or there's a kind of optimization, and then there's something that's something different, to kind of get over these dichotomies in our conversations, because otherwise we have to have the same kind of conversations all over again, and we don't get at the, let's say, interesting things or the important things. But that might be, I think for everybody who's here, that might be a very obvious point. But with practice, let's say architectural practice anyway, it's not as trivial or not as self-evident.
I want to add a provocation here.
Maybe Aleesandra, could we also hear Moa address the question, if you want, Moa, and then we can maybe close the presentation. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy Ana Maria picked that one, the future picture. No, I don't know. I mean, I think these are all really useful comments, and I think what I'm really enjoying in these presentations, so Ana Maria and Alma's and the ones we heard yesterday, was just the different lenses that's coming at these questions and coming at this topic, and that it's really a whole range of kind of approaches of reaching it, and we're sort of gone beyond that sort of initial critique that one might have of these systems and processes that we're seeing. One thing that I'm intrigued at myself is the kind of how these, so in computer mapping, of course, there was a certain kind of dissemination of these tools, and as Matthew Allen was saying, there was a certain value in sort of selling those tools, like packaging them and selling them on. So there's also a history of kind of training and specifically like correspondence courses that I think would be really interested. And that's not something that I really looked into myself, but for example, the SimUp system with these overprinted characters, like we all seen the pictures from Harvard like a million times, I'm sure, with the same maps of, you know, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and so on. But the SimUp, for example, here in Britain, it was run, I think, at least 100 different institutions and schools during the same period. And I think that would be really fascinating, again, to kind of tease out the differences between these different places. And just to Aleesandra's point earlier, that there are, of course, contextual differences that are really important. And I think, you know, that's where we need to be careful when we make statements about them. But in computer mapping, there's also, of course, a very tight-knit network of people that travel between these different sites. So, for example, there's Terry Koppock, who was a British cartographer, was the PhD supervisor of David Rhine. So Koppock was at Harvard, and then, so there's like a network of people that you can sort of track and trace how IGs travel back and forth in some ways. Matthew, please.
Yeah, in answer maybe to Molly's question, it might be looking at training that would kind of give us the answer as to where these things lead. You know, once you start training a generation of students to use new software, new tools, they start to do different things. I know a little bit about that in the case of that mapping. Anna Maria, I would really love to hear in particular about how those, the diagrams you showed, actually, the flow charts, time mapping, all sorts of, you know, I've seen some of these diagrams that came out of Ulm, but to know how students were incorporating them into their practices. Did they then bring them into their architectural practices? Did they make that, or, you know, encourage them to design architecture differently? Right? If you're drawing a flow chart instead of a rendering, you're just going to get different architecture, right? That might be a focusing on those kind of techniques might be a kind of end run around the kind of question of the future, which you often want to maybe look at manifestos or kind of visionary statements, but maybe it's in just sort of what are the students doing every day, right?
I mean, I think the question of pedagogy and training is super crucial. I mean, this is where the generational takeover happens, or doesn't happen, or the kind of. I mean, your question regarding Ulm is really fascinating, but also really not easy to answer, because on the one hand, yes, you get a different architecture if you focus on certain processes and a kind of rationalist thinking. But not necessarily, I would say. So you could, it's the same discussion as we have with, let's say, the early Greg Lynn stuff or something. It doesn't have to look like that. It's an aesthetic. It's not dependent on the tool that it gets that shape. So again, I think at Ulm, what really dominated the form of the architecture or the appearance of the architecture was not the process that they learned, but a kind of aesthetic dominance of what was good and what was bad. So I think that was a very, let's say, in a sense, a very conventional way of conveying aesthetic, because of course they always argued that there was not a style and there was not an aesthetic, but it was all rational. But of course it's not coincidental that many of the things have a certain look. But I think that was a fairly conventional master to kind of student collective, how do you say, immersive understanding of what was good architecture and what was bad architecture, or what was good design and what was bad design. And the kind of process, the thinking in processes and the kind of hyper bureaucratic processing of the whole institution is extremely fascinating, I think. And I mean, in my work, I always look at paper sheets more than buildings. But it's difficult to make an aesthetic. I wouldn't say there's an aesthetic causal connection, but it's operating in the same ideology, the kind of rationalist enforcement of, which then also dominates a certain aesthetic. But I don't think it's in that case, and then also in many other cases, it's not necessarily related to the tool. So I think it's related to training, but not the tool. At least not only, if that makes sense. Yeah. Alessandra, do you want to provoke us for like?
Yes. Okay, here we go. And it's came to my mind. It's something that I think it's since a lot of time, but you know, it's Molly saying what a map maps. But I don't think that a map is a project. It's to do a map is to do a project, and a diagram is a form of map to go to your diagram. So a map is so what you select, the sort of information is always, in the sense, even the geographic information is not a question of mimetism of how much you represent in the map, but what you need to represent in order to produce something, to produce a project. So that's how to think of a map. So the map maps what it needs in order to produce a project on the territory, let's say. And this is something else that, and a diagram is a map that produces a cartography of intensities. So, so that's, so this is a provocation in a way, but it's a very interesting thing to think. And the other, and the question of project and projection. So architectural drawings or architecture, so the project, so architect's project, going back to the question of the image in your mind, so that mathematicians talk about, you know, so this is the exercise architects are always doing. They're not, you know, copying something that is there, present in reality, is not mimetic, even if they pretended to imitate nature or imitate the cosmos or whatever it is from Vitruvius. But in fact, is a project. So it's something, in fact, the Vitruvius calls the three system of representation that, that are the plan, and then the facade, and it's debated if he's talking about the section of the perspective, but he calls them ideas. So the architects are projecting images of ideas. So they are bringing into the world something that is not there. So, okay, so this is my provocation. So it's not really about the question of, I don't think it's to decide that the questions, if there is a pre-computational or a post-computational architecture. Maybe this is a more interesting thing to think about it, and makes the tie and tie it. It's sort of architectural tradition, an idea what the architect does, projecting, so produce a project, and transform, bring ideas to the light, project ideas. So this is my provocation. Okay.
I'm not sure who that was for. Was it for Anna Maria maybe, or?
I don't know. It's
for everyone. Yeah.
But in fact,
I'm still thinking there's a. Sorry.
The question of the map, you can demonstrate it. For example, you know, cartography manuals in the 18th century in France and in Italy, they use the word which is carta and carte in French, carte, which means maps, and plan as interchangeable. So a map is a plan. So it's a project. So it's a way of projecting something at the scale of a territory. So it's there, that idea. And so this is the real push behind a map. So what a map does is a way, it's a tool of intervention, of projecting something, of having a project. To be specific about the question of map. And then on the question of architectural presentation or the role of a model, be it a diagram or whatever. So it's a thing, you know. You can also even say that even Vitruvius, he gives parameters. So if we talk about parametric architecture, what Vitruvius does is propose parameters. So I don't know if you want to, I don't think it's very productive to think that computational, there is a computational, pre-computational, after computational, or the question of the image. So I don't know. So it's other ways. It's, you know, something to think about.
I mean, I think there's some questions in the. I mean, I think there's differences in whether you design procedurally or let's say sculpturally or something. I mean, there's different. I think that there's different processes that might be then, let's say, paralleled or linked to other similar processes. But I also think it's not dependent on, let's say, whether it's computational or not, but an approach to do you shape the process or do you shape the object? And even then, as we just discussed with Matthew, is even then I would still argue there's still, like, you still shape the object. I mean, it's not as straightforward. Yeah.
Okay, Theodora, David, do you want to make a conclusion? It's already.
I think we can start wrapping up. Thank you, Aleesandra, very much for moderating, and thank you so much to the speakers. I mean, Alma had to leave, but I mean, I was going to say that aside from the very interesting conversation that we're having now, there's many students in our audience, and so it was fascinating to see this morning 3 expertly crafted pieces of scholarship, and to kind of think about your different methods, the ways in which you kind of bind and bracket sometimes kind of the topics, because I absolutely agree that there's myriads of interconnections, but it takes a lot of craft and thought to understand how one creates sort of like a tight argument. And I think we saw it in all 3 presentations, and that was wonderful to witness. We will share the chat. We have many other questions, obviously, Daniel and I, which we can sort of discuss with you afterwards in a future sort of like venue or something similar. So maybe, I don't know if Daniel, you have any concluding thoughts, and maybe we can talk about this afternoon's schedule.
Yeah, no, just echo Theodora's. Thank you so much, Aleesandra, for conducting this session, and the speakers for amazing presentations. I think it's been mentioned already that there are different lenses that are sort of emerging in these conversations to think through questions of computation, design, the image, and the practices that these technologies are meant to support. And yeah, I agree with Ranjot in the chat right now. This was a stellar panel. It's really fantastic. I think we'll keep thinking about, like, all of our brains are going to continue in revolution for a few hours at least, which I think is to say that we are hoping that you join us in the afternoon session. I think some of the questions and threads that we started to weave together through the presentations and discussions will continue to be explored through the works of Frieder Nake, Leslie Mezei, who will be in conversation in the first session, and in the second session, Paul Pangaro and Rachel Strickland. So these questions about the place of the human in these human-computer interactions connected to design, the origins of computer art collaborations, or of particular kind of computer artist collaborations. So please join us. We will meet again at 3 p.m. So we have time for a nice lunch and for thinking more about the discussion. And yeah, with that, I think we can finish. Yeah. Or dinner. Yeah. Right.
Wonderful. So the meeting will stay on. You can drop out and then drop back in, or just stay with your camera off, whichever way you prefer. We will stop the recording and the live stream for now, and we will reconvene a little bit before 3 to get the afternoon panel Hello.
I guess now we are connected.
Yes,
Fantastic.
yes, wonderful. Well, thank you for joining early. It's great to see that everything works.
Wow.
And Leslie is here.
Here
I
we are.
embrace you.
Hello.
Leslie.
Wonderful. Hugs. Hugs. Wow.
There are some miles between here where I sit and there where you sit in Toronto.
And 5 years since you were with us here in Toronto for a week.
Yeah. and these persons up there to the left and right of your little image, you know, we exist as sounding images now. Images that create noises.
Okay.
No, or sound creating image. That's the new category of the human.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well, if you go to speaker view, you'll see more, you'll see me bigger.
Yeah.
All right. So Theodora, can
Yes.
I test the share screen?
I will share the screen. Yes. Would you like to share the screen or?
Well, I did it. Okay.
Okay, sure. No, I was going to share a few images in the beginning when I introduce you, and then I can. But feel free to share your screen.
Yeah, but I can do it, and then I can do it, and then stop sharing and come.
Wonderful.
Back, right?
Yes, that sounds
okay.
perfect. Yes.
So I just want to make sure that I can find. Here we are. That is it. That's the first one. That's the first one, and that's 1968. You should have been there, Frieder, at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's working. Maybe I should have checked that I can move it down to the next. So I'll look once more to make sure that it's working. Over here. Yes. Okay. I am set.
Wonderful.
Fantastic. Theodora, you got those 5 slides?
I do have them, yes.
Because I thought it'll be easier for me, at least, if, and I'm not sure, it depends on how our discussion goes, whether I really want to show one or the other of those. I refer to them by the number. You know, they have little names, and the last item is always a number, and then we'll try. No.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
I will try to also share my screen to make sure that my introductory slides are working.
Okay.
1 second. So Leslie, I was going to show some. I was going to show the video art from computers that you sent me, but. Would it be okay to play it without sound? I feel it's impoverishing it a lot to play it without sound, but I was thinking that it would play as a background to my introduction.
It's okay without sound.
Yeah, yeah.
It's okay without sound.
Great.
I mean, we're only demonstrating it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, so that here it is without sound.
Yeah, it's there it is, yeah.
Great. And I have here the images, Frieder.
Okay, yeah, nice.
In the order.
Fantastic.
And then as an introduction to your work, I thought it might be interesting to just do a quick scroll down of the wonderful collection that's on the Bremen database of digital art. But of course, this is only a subset of the
wonderful.
of the hundreds of.
So yeah. I should not have prepared anything. You have it much more and better. And you took that from the database?
Yes, so what I did is that there's 40 of your works that are listed, and then I simply created a video that scrolls down these 40 images. Yeah. Yes.
You know, I was for a moment considering something, and I'm glad I did decide against it. Not an animation, but the computer running and producing images, but not individual images that move, in this way or that way. I don't want to. I have put that only up in museums up to now, and because I want to improve it before it enters the world of the internet.
Yes, right. It's true that once it enters the world of the internet, there's no taking it back.
You know what is funny? If you look at these images, almost all of us have a bookshelf behind.
Yes.
Yes.
And then, Leslie, do you notice two old guys, if I may assume that you are somehow old, I am, and then framed by young people. What a moment. Hello. We should all start singing immediately. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, Christ. Do you have any idea, from yesterday's experience, how many people join? Do we know anything? 10, 20, 50?
Oh, there's more. In the morning panel, there were about 90 people, and in the afternoon there were, I think, 60, but or more. But gradually, as the afternoon went on, people started leaving. But I think your panel will be very well attended. I think there's many people that have expressed eager interest to see you reconnect and talk together and all that.
Well, I don't really care. I'm not jealous as long as you stay with us.
So
run away.
Ron Becker said he might join.
Oh, wonderful.
Frieder. Ron Becker said he might join. Adam Lauder and Mark Hayward, who did the last exhibit, are planning to join. And I noticed this morning, Martin Oros is the director of the Vasarely Museum in Budapest. And he did an early Eastern European computer art exhibit a few years ago. And I actually spoke at it, not in Hungarian, because my Hungarian is not good enough. But he said he'd be here this afternoon. Oros, O-R-O-S-Z.
I just wanted to say some hi, Leslie. Hi, Frieder. It's
hi,
wonderful
hi.
To have you together here. We're big fans of you, so we're also very happy to have you here. I also wanted to say that maybe there will be other people watching because there's a YouTube stream. So we did count around 90 people, but there may be people who are not actually registered to the meeting, maybe following the thing. So we don't know how many people will see, but agreeing with Theodora, I think there will be many people interested in this panel.
Yes.
Good.
Just making sure that
all right.
There's no wall.
So Frieder, while we're waiting, they're planning an opening of the exhibit on September 15th. I hope things going well with COVID to go there. Maybe you will come to Montreal.
On the 15th of September, I'll check my calendar.
That would be a nice.
Yeah.
We should all be vaccinated.
Well,
fully.
that sounds great.
We could have a reunion.
September is a good month for me.
Good.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Nice announcement.
Okay.
I will go get some water because I have still, last week I was sick, thankfully not COVID, but I still have some leftover and sometimes I cough. So I'm going to make sure that I have enough water in case there's a cough.
Yeah, you should always have some.
Yeah. More coming.
So where are you, Leslie and Frieder? Are you in, I think, Frieder, you're in Germany?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Where at the moment?
In the northwest corner. This is where, well, there is, should I say so, there is a substantial amount of poverty in this area. It's not as rich as the south of Germany, where they are really rich, Munich, Stuttgart. Up here, there is a substantial amount of real poverty.
Oh, interesting. Is it close to what, to Hamburg or Lüneburg?
Yeah, Hamburg again is an island. No, they are again because of the harbor, huge harbor. Bremen has a harbor also, but their harbor, the traffic in Bremen boats is between Rotterdam in the Netherlands, no, and Hamburg, and so they are squeezed and they have lost a lot of their business. No? And that has an influence on the city. We at the university, we are well off, kind of at least, but by no means do we get, the kind of, or are we capable of offering jobs like many other universities are capable of doing.
I spent a little bit of time in Lüneburg at Leuphana.
Have you been there or?
Yeah, I spent a few months there as a fellow at the MEX, and actually that's how we contacted you. Like Christoph Engemann, I became friends with Christoph, and so we were, Theodore and I really wanted to have you in the exhibition and symposium along with Leslie. So Christoph was kind enough to share your contact information.
Of course, my brains or my memory is kind of empty, but I have regularly for many years now have taught during the winter term in Lüneburg, always only Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, in a concentrated manner. And I guess soon this will, well, no, we still have 5 months or so till then.
Okay.
Oh, here they are. I don't know. Oh, here are my friends Adam Lauder, Martin Oros, Mark Hayward. Welcome. Martin, can you hear us from Budapest?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. I was just telling them that you did an exhibit in Budapest that I was involved with, and I even spoke, but I couldn't speak in Hungarian.
Right.
And Mark Hayward and Adam Lauder were the ones who put this together at Western University only last November.
Nice.
Should we wait a couple of minutes to see if more people will join the meeting? I'm sure they will.
You decide.
George Steiny said he would be here.
Yeah, I think many of this morning's participants intended to come back. I just think everyone is a few minutes late as usual.
Yes.
I see my colleague Ramesh Krishnamurti. Ramesh, are you here? You want to say hi?
I am here.
Great to have you.
I'll get my video to work. Yeah, I'm here. So, I'm looking forward to this.
Wonderful. No, thanks so much for joining.
Oh, no, it's a pleasure of mine. I really am looking forward to it. So,
thank you.
Some of these individuals are fellow exhibits, right? In your exhibition. So,
yes.
I'm in a good crowd.
Yes. Priya and Leslie's work is going to be shown. And I don't know if Frida and Leslie, you met Ramesh. Ramesh is one of the pioneers of the Shape Grammars enterprise, and someone who developed the first shape grammar engine or interpreter back in the 80s. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'll talk about it at another day. There's another opportunity.
For sure, yeah. In the context of the exhibition, I think it would be nice to do that.
Yeah.
So there's still a few more people joining, but I thought I would start with a few general introductory remarks, even before your introductions, because what we've been doing is try to connect and weave together the various sessions and bring back some of the discussions that we've been having yesterday and this morning. So for those of you who were not able to attend, we had a panel on surfaces yesterday morning, and also a conversation with George Stein in the afternoon on shape computations. And an interesting conversation that emerged from these discussions was whether there exist two distinct, or perhaps not so distinct, possibilities of thinking about the computational image. One which is inextricably tied to and resulting from processes of symbolic abstraction, which are performed by digital electronic computers. And yesterday, of course, we talked about the material and the social and political contingencies of these abstractions. And another version of the computational image, which is somehow emancipated or separate from digital computing, and is part of a broader tradition of mathematical calculation and thinking about art and mathematics more broadly. And this morning, when talking about structures, there was an interesting conversation also happening in the chat about the motivations, visions, and contexts that underlied, but also fueled this very prolific period of bringing together art, mathematics, and computation in the 60s. And so I really could not see a more fitting and exciting way to continue some of these threads than our conversation with you, Leslie, and you, Frida, this afternoon. Of course, both leading figures in theorizing, experimenting, producing, but also teaching algorithmic art, to use your term, Frida, or art from computers, to borrow Leslie's term. Before we start, Leslie already talked about that, but I wanted to give a kind of shout out to Mark Hayward and Adam Lauder's recent book, Computational Arts in Canada, which has been a very useful resource for me as well, as I learned more about Leslie's work and also his contact with Frida at the Dynamic Graphics Project. Of course, we'll talk about some of that today. I don't want to give too much away. So I'll be moderating today's discussion. My role will be relatively discreet. I'll put a few questions out there for conversation, and then hopefully things will emerge. I'm sure that you have a lot to talk about, and that you will talk about even without me. But I guess I'll start by introducing you both. So let's start with Leslie, and of course this is an animation, art from computers, from 1971. Is that correct? 1971?
Yes.
Wonderful. Which also has an amazing commentary, which I had to mute now, but if we show it in our exhibition, if Leslie permits us, you will be able to appreciate it in its entirety. So Leslie Mezei is a Holocaust survivor, and I mention that because this is something that Leslie has written extensively about, and also has a recent wonderful memoir on. From Second World War Hungary. He's also a McGill alum of the class of 1953, graduating with first-class honors in mathematics and physics. Leslie started working with computers at Ontario Hydro in 1954 and moved to Confederation Life Insurance Company in 1958. 7 years later, in 1965, he joined the Faculty of Computer Science at the University of Toronto. There, he taught the first artificial intelligence course in Canada in 1967, and in the same year, he established the Computer Graphics Group, which was later renamed as the Dynamic Graphics Project, a really prominent group here in Canada on interactive computer graphics. Leslie presented what is commonly acknowledged as maybe the first conference paper on visual computer art in May 1964. The title was Artistic Design by Computer, and published with Arlen Rockman, one of the first articles on the topic called The Electronic Computer as an Artist. He was a prolific and highly visible author on that issue and started producing his own computer art in 1967 using his languages Sparta, and for animations like the one that we see on the screen now, Arta. And we will talk about some of that today. So I start Frieder's introduction. Frieder was not here yesterday, but that's a bit of a mise en abîme. This is a screenshot from one of our presenters yesterday who was talking about your work and the way that it kind of theorized the relationship between surface and structure when it comes to the computational image. So Frieder is a professor of interactive computer graphics at the University of Bremen, a position that he has held since 1972, and where he also established the joint Bremen program in digital media. He's one of the foremost scholars on aesthetics and information theory, with an extensive record of publications and lectures on various topics from probability theory, computer graphics, human-computer interaction, semiotics, theory critique of computer science and digital media, art, and art theory. He has held a number of visiting positions all around the world, and his work has been exhibited internationally. You see here a very small sample of a truly prolific body of work. So his work has been exhibited in truly many places, including the Tate, the Victoria and Albert Museum, and many more. So his early work includes also the participation in several landmark group exhibitions. And for the architects in the audience, one that we like to talk about is, of course, Cybernetic Serendipity. It's one of the well-known shows, I think, in our circles, and you had pieces in that. So of particular interest to our historical foray today is Frieder's time in Canada from 1968 to 1972, during which he also met and worked with Leslie at the University of Toronto. So it's truly a pleasure and honor to have you both here today. I will stop sharing my screen and maybe kick us off with a question, which is a little bit of a context question. Often today, the kind of ubiquity and kind of ease of access of digital computers makes us forget how inaccessible, how large, how difficult to use they were at the time. And I was wondering if, just to kind of set the stage for our audience, you'll be able to maybe reflect on your first encounter with computers, your perceptions, your first impressions, and then maybe a related question, this very bold idea of having these machines, these kind of large machines, produce art. How did that idea come about? And maybe if you can talk about some of your personal motivations in marrying the two.
All right. We should start. Leslie?
Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. The first computer I ever saw, I had heard, of course, the name I knew, was at IBM. I was a young student. After my first semester, I took a summer, how do you call that, time, some weeks at IBM Germany that was located very close to Stuttgart, where I was studying. And the situation was fantastic. I come there in the morning, the boss of that center, computing center, welcomes me and says, sit down in this room and wait a minute. I waited, nothing happened. It's essentially an empty room, tables, chairs, shelves. After some while, I take a brochure from the shelves and start reading it. And that's the reason why I tell you, it described how to use their computer, which was next room. Soon I will see it. How to force it to calculate the square root of a number. No, so
what year was that?
No, the square
What
root of
year
4
was
is
that?
2. Yeah. So they then finally somebody came and said, okay, now we show you the computer. Fantastic. No, I didn't understand a thing because you could not understand a thing. But I realized this large machine that spread out into the entire room, full of boxes, magnetic drums and so forth running around. I will now, I realized, have the chance to do something that will force that computer to do what I want it to do. And I have never left this position. I had time, they allowed me to do whatever I wanted. So I learned how to program and then wrote a program, what is called an eternal calendar. No, whatever it is, it's not important now. But I realized when you train yourself to think very clearly, very precisely, then it's simple to use that huge machine, of which in technological terms, I didn't understand a thing. No? Technologically, I'm totally ignorant. Of course, they told me this and that and something. So my meeting, that first meeting with a computer is a huge machine whose capabilities most likely were less than what your smartphone now is capable of doing. No? And that was an entire room you now carry in your pockets. I don't have a smartphone. I don't need this. Leslie.
So for me, this is like a life review of that part of my life. So to make sure that I can think of everything, I actually prepared my answers in advance. And I'm going to share some appreciations, some admissions, and maybe some regrets. So in 1954, I got a job at Ontario Hydro, and there was only one computer in Canada. It was called the Ferret at the University of Toronto, built by Ferranti Electronics at the University of Manchester, and Alan Turing was actually involved with its design, a real Turing machine. 2 rooms full with diode tubes, which blew out regularly. And then at Ontario Hydro, we got a UNIVAC, which had a giant mercury tank that was the memory. And I became a hotshot programmer. Then I moved to Confederational Life. It was the IBM 705. And in 1965, I joined the University of Toronto. And I will show you a picture. In fact, this picture is about the time that Frieder joined us for a year. And there I am in front of the IBM 7094 with some of the computer art that you will see later. And I'll go on to the second part of the question. It was Arnold Rockman, who was a good friend, who was an artist and a sociology professor, and it was in conversations with him that I became interested in computer art, in graphics, and in becoming an academic. So Theodora already mentioned some of our papers, which actually happened before I even joined the university and computer graphics. So in those articles, we reviewed what was being done at universities and industrial labs, what was planned by them, and also talked about mathematical theories of aesthetics like Birkhoff, Fibonacci numbers, golden mean, Le Corbusier's modular, and so on. Not that I ever got to actually do any work in that area. I saw the computer and its graphic output as new tools, not as a competitor with artists, which was one of the questions that was said. I personally looked for art as pleasing pictures. I knew nothing about art, to tell you the truth, and in my own work, selected the most pleasing ones out of various experiments that I will show you later on. Reader?
I should continue. I've said everything I have to. The only thing I can add to what I said before is programming is trivial, contrary to general belief. But that's one result of the university system and others, that they make people believe they were not able to do the most trivial. To force a machine to do something must be trivial.
Okay,
in particular, these machines that are much more semiotic than they are mechanic. The mechanical machine, a car, is much more difficult than the semiotic machine, the computer, because we are semiotic animals. We are dealing with signs all the time. And therefore, that's our field. Mechanics is already much more difficult. You can easily be killed by some mechanical machine.
So Theodora was asking, what got you into art and aesthetics?
Mm-hmm.
And computers.
When I moved into that field, I hesitate saying this. At least when I was pushed, when I was pulled, when I came, when I entered into that field, when I did something forcing the computer to produce drawings, then that was the time when we did not allow ourselves to speak of art. We spoke of aesthetics only. Aesthetics is the theory of perceiving in whichever way. There's many ways that we do perceive, and animals do it in a different way, and plants. But if we want to acknowledge that something that we have done ourselves or with the help of a machine, to acknowledge this, to get the predicate of, oh, we recognize this as art, then that means that it offers some kind of value, some kind of emotional reaction. We do not really know what it is. And therefore, since we do not know what art really is, we hesitated and in fact decided, no, we are not going to talk about art. We talk about aesthetics, about our way of perceiving these things. And if anybody wanted to say, oh, I like this, that's okay. That's okay. Leslie, you may not know. You do know that the first exhibition was in Stuttgart, Georg Nase. The second in April 65, New York, Michael Knoll. Michael Knoll with Howard Weiss, the gallery where he showed his works, had signed a complicated contract about what are we going to do when something gets sold. Nothing got sold. I never did anything like that. When I had a little later, my first exhibition in 65, things got sold for hardly anything. But I just didn't care. So I learned, when I for the first time met Michael, we talked about this, I felt pity for him. Look, why did you do the contract? If you had not done the contract, somebody would have bought something. You should not do such official things. Art is in a field that we don't really know. Now computers, there we must know precisely. The two don't exist nicely next to each other. It's us, Leslie, you, and perhaps me also, who combine, who bring the two together. The machine that is made for utmost precision, and art that is always open for somebody to say this or that. It always remains open. This is our field. No? I believe.
No, that's wonderful. And I had a couple of questions, I guess, on the transformative effects of that coming together of computers and art, kind of bidirectionally. So I was wondering, there's several kind of historians and scholars who have made the claim that by bringing together computers and art helped kind of humanize them, you know, at a time when they were seen as kind of military instruments, or these unimaginative sort of calculators, that some of the work that you did actually helped democratize and humanize this kind of machine. And the flip side of that, and you've written critically about that, Frieder, this idea that once artists started using computers, this question of, oh, how will the computer transform kind of the art world, and how will kind of the computer change the ways in which we do art? So I was wondering if you could reflect on these kind of bidirectional transformative effects of that kind of collision that you were just describing.
Theodore, it's a fantastic, a great, a complex issue that you raise. But I will not hesitate to say a few things. First of all, the fact that people are a bit afraid of the computer should make us curious. You know, the computer, something is wrong with it. And yes, of course, workers, ordinary workers, know very well it's always a danger for them losing their job, first of all. You know? So computers are a kind of machine that we do not understand. The ordinary people in the world, at least then, by the time, mid-60s, they don't understand that machine. Now, to humanize that machine, I believe, is the wrong way to go. I think, it's all my opinion, I think we cannot but use computers or leave them alone. And the human element stays with us. The machine remains in the world of machines. You know, it's now the fantastic thing is what I mentioned in the beginning, that the computer is that kind of machine, that type of machine that takes over some of what we are good in, namely processes of science, semiotic processes. However, I say so, no, and when I say that, it's wrong, because the computer can never deal with the full range of science. As soon as we put something into, via sketching, via typing, doesn't matter, into the computer, it loses all its real semiotic character and is reduced to what is called the syntactic part. You know, that can be controlled in the sign. You are on a different continent now than me, but I must name a person whose name is not very well known, Charles Sanders Peirce. Now, there are people nowadays who know of his name. Some said, I forget who it was. Peirce was the greatest mind of the Americas. He included both North and South. You know? Whether that is true or not, that's not important. But Peirce has thought about the basis of what we do when we speak, when we sing, when we dance, when we paint, and so on, in terms of signs. And the sign to him is, first of all, something that appears and can be perceived by our senses, by several at the same time, by one or two of them, doesn't matter. It's a sensual appearance. Now something fantastic happens. We cannot but interpret. a sign appears somehow, a lightning. We immediately interpret. No, we are those who interpret and interpret and interpret. And that's the human way of existence. Now in this machine, and we take signs to input into that machine. And then it's good, I believe, to say that's the semiotic machine. However, it immediately gets rid of all the interpretation. The computer is the computer because it does deal with signs, but always reducing their interpretation to one and only one. Namely that the program requires the computer to do. So it's the boundary case of what we do in totally free. You are sitting there, I say something that would be very dangerous if I were in Montreal, would now immediately be caught by the police. If I take my fingers and stroke your neck here, something happens, whatever it may be, it's not important, that we don't speak about usually, but we may, after all, nothing of this can enter the computer, nothing. So you must reduce everything to the bare minimum, and that's somehow numbers in structures. Data structures is an important concept on computers, and that's what they can deal with. Total reduction of us.
So it was the age of C.P. Snow's Two Cultures, and I saw that as something to help bridge, not the computer or the art. I was neither a scientist really, nor an artist, nor an aesthetician. I was interested in the novel applications of computers, and I was much impressed by Norbert Wiener's human use of human beings, the use of cybernetics for people. And one of the questions is, how was the idea of computer art accepted? And in our 1964 article, Arnold Rockman was worried that there was going to be opposition from it from the visual arts. By that time, musicians and even poets, some, got involved with computers. But I found a lot of interest. I was invited in 1966 to the annual meeting of the American Society of Aesthetics in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And a bunch of philosophers. It so happened we were housed in a room of 6 of us, and they had so many questions. They wanted to talk. There was no time to sleep. I also spoke at a conference at the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art, which do a major article in the New York Times, and later at the Detroit Institute of Art. And I published an annual bibliography on visual computer art, and then had a column in Arts Canada on science in art in science. So there was a lot of interest, and I actually collected a set of the products of most of those who were involved in early visual arts, and some of their statements which didn't get published, but I'm trying to have them go into an archive together with my papers. I'll stop there.
So then, I mean, you already talked about, especially Frieder, you talked before about kind of distinguishing between aesthetics and art, or the fact that you were using aesthetics rather than art. I was curious, I was reading one of your articles on information aesthetics and this kind of heroic experiment of information aesthetics, and maybe I'm completely misreading it, but I thought that you were making a distinction between information aesthetics, understanding informationally and measuring kind of aesthetic value in the tradition of Berkhoff and Max Mezei and so on, and then computer art, which had more to do with the kind of generative as opposed to the analytical aspects of using sort of mathematics to understand and kind of produce art. And so I was curious how you both think about that distinction, whether that distinction exists and how it might have appeared in your work. The distinction between information aesthetics and the more kind of analytical aspects, and computer art as a more generative process. And I'm asking that because yesterday with George Stanley, we were also having a conversation about the fact that these two are kind of inextricably connected. And I'm wondering how you look at this relationship between the analytical and the generative kind of use of mathematics and information theory.
Mm-hmm. My thinking then in the 60s about this kind of issues was totally different than it is now. You know? I was a believer in information aesthetics, and that has to do with where I came from. Max Mezei, in fact, took up Shannon's simple mathematical concept of information. Now, this concept of information has nothing to do with what we think of when we speak of information. You know? It's reduced to the frequency. That is the only thing you have to know. Now, the frequency of what? Frequencies of symbols, signs appearing in a conglomeration or so. You know? That's the most trivial you can ever come up with. However, it was not bad to have such a measure. It was bad to apply it to art. No, that's where I come from. Max Mezei did this. Now, why did he do this? He had already lived through, in Germany, Nazi times. And his philosophy then after the war was, we don't want to allow any emotion anymore, no? Because the Nazis' propaganda, to a large extent, relied on arousing emotions in people. No? So therefore, Mezei decided, and he was good in aesthetics as a philosophical discipline, he decided no emotions whatsoever. Therefore, the information measure by Claude Shannon that he then and some of his students, Mezei, took up in order, and then the second route, and you mentioned his name also, Berkhoff, no? David Berkhoff, who in the mid-1920s had come up indeed on purpose with he called it an aesthetic measure. What were the examples that he applied his theory to, Berkhoff? Polygons. No? So simple, not even real geometry, no, the richness of geometry he left out and had just polygons. So the square got a larger value measure than the triangle. Okay. Does that tell us anything? Not really. No, not really. You take a square and you base it horizontally, but now you tilt it a bit. Ha! No? Sensation. Something aesthetic happens now. No? Berkhoff could not measure that at all. No? Outside already of his theory. So even though, oh, you know what? Of those slides I sent you, try to find number 1. I hope maybe.
Yeah, I'll do that right away. There.
If that is the, very good. Yeah, that's it. That's what I mean. Thank you. Fantastic. Leslie, I did not do this in Toronto, but I wrote the program for this in Toronto. And I bring it up, Theodora, because behind this is two inventions, I claim. One is, please, researchers in information aesthetics, give me the definition of your measures. And they gave it. It was published, of course. So there is, for instance, one measure of surprise and another measure of dominance, and some more such measures. So I told this program, told in quotes, I want blue to have the following measure of dominance, and I want yellow to have the following measure of surprise, and more such. Then the program calculated a probability distribution, sorry, that's a little technical, for, in this case, the 4 colors. Okay, this doesn't tell me anything. Now I came up with an invention that at the same time some other people in the United States invented. It's called a quad tree. Whatever that is, you divide the entire image into 4 parts, and each of the 4 parts into 4 parts, and so forth and so forth. And you start with what is the probability, the frequency for blue and yellow and red and orange. And then you divide this into quarters and into quarters again, and so forth and so on. So behind this is a totally rational mathematical process, entirely. I didn't even tell I want to have a lot of blue. I only said I want blue to have measure of dominance 0.8, let's say. So you can approach something totally rationally and get something. This is not even realized by computer, as you see. This is done by hand. Me and a few friends glued it together, because this is way too large. It's 1.5 meters squared. There was no plotter or anything that could do that by the time. I was proud of this, because I believe, Theodora, that I had now taken the generative step using what the information aesthetics people had analytically defined. Story, anecdote. Leslie, show that. That's another Toronto. Leslie, you may never have seen this. You know what happened to me? That's nice. An art critic in Germany sent something, I tell you in a minute what it was, to 100 artists. Now, I was one of them. I was not an artist, I was a mathematician, but I got this. Why did I get it? I cannot tell you. This is in 68. What it was, you see in the middle, to the right and left, a line drawing. This is the lines that you can extract from a painting by the revolutionary painter in Paris, Jacques David, Napoleon. And it's an unfinished painting through which he, David, wanted to celebrate Napoleon. So that art critic in Germany sent around that postcard to 100 artists. And since it's an unfinished painting, he told those people, please finish it. And everybody did something, and they sent the postcards back, and an exhibition was made. I also got it, and I said, no, I will not finish it, I will destroy it. And I destroyed it in 2 directions. So the upper line, you must read from right to left, and the lower line from left to right. And in the upper part, Napoleon's outline is dissolved into little squares that also have little crosses, and you see them appearing step by step. The outline disappears more and more in this structure. The lower line, they get dissolved into polygons, and they are thrown into the little window, and when they get thrown far away from their original position, they get enlarged. So here, Napoleon is dissolved into chaos, and that's Napoleon. The French state, that's structure. The Napoleonic wars, that's chaos. I find this is beautiful, if you like. Leslie, I wrote that program also as I was in Toronto. I guess I never told you.
Okay.
So this is fantastic because you, Theodora, you give me the chance to tell Leslie what kind of a stupid bum he was giving a shelter.
Leslie, did you want to address the question, or did you want to talk a little bit about Toronto since Frieder brought it up?
Yes, what I'll do is talk about a little bit about the age it was, and then show some of my pictures.
Okay.
And how they came about, because our lab attracted all kinds of people. So it was not only at the age of trying to become humanistic, but it's also an interdisciplinary age. Actually, the University of Toronto Arts and Science had a department of interdisciplinary studies for a while, which dissolved after a while in the 70s when money was running short. So we attracted people like Stafford Beer, the cyberneticist who gave the 1973 CBC lecture on designing freedom. He tried to design, before the computer, a system for Salvador Allende in Chile. And he was there with us. I'll talk to you about the poet Pedro Sisto in a moment. We had the French composer Pierre Schaeffer. Some consider him sort of early computer music. And of course, Ron Becker ran the dynamic graphics project, DGP, to almost this day, and it continues very successfully. So Bill Buxton started the early computer music work here, and both he and Bill Reeves got honorary PhDs at the same time from the University of Toronto. Bill Reeves was our student who started particle systems, fire and gas and air and so on, and won all kinds of Oscars at Pixar for movies like the Toy Story. So let me show you a few pictures here. So in my collection of the first decade of computer art, I said that there were 4 categories, and that the first one was mathematical equations and geometric images, and this was my student George Olszewski, who later did 4-dimensional drawings and whatnot. He called this oscillating wastebasket. Sometimes the title was more interesting than the word. But this is a pretty nice one. So that's the mathematical figures. My own work, so the only real systematic work I did was this scale of randomness. If you start with a 9x9 randomly distributed square in the middle and start going down, you get more and more regular continuation till it all becomes one color. And if you start the other way, you end up with more and more regular alternation, actually similar to the words Frieder used there. So where I was looking for one scale of randomness, I ended up with 2, which was rather interesting. So here is another of the early random ones, just squares within squares, controlled random because the range in which things were allowed was that way. But most of my work was with representational images, and around the same time as Charles Chury in the US, I started working with them on the computer. This is a simple one on my Canadian National series. 1967 was our centennial year. So there's the beaver in the middle, and you just change the X and Y coordinates, stretch one way or compact the other, and so there you've got the beaver squared. So this is one of the 4 pictures that are in the exhibit that will start on September 15th in Montreal. Then with the girl's face, we start with the girl in, so this is the Sparta language, which was really a bunch of Fortran subroutines, but it used terms that artists, non-programmers could use. So when you look at this, first the picture on the top right, and the bottom left and the bottom right, those are all mathematical formulas which simply transformed each point. You could, in Sparta, you could deal with points, lines, and whole pictures around a center, and you got some rather surprising results. I'm sorry that the picture is not a little sharper. And I never did further explore the possibilities, and I don't know whether anybody did. They're forms of topology, actually. The other pictures randomly move, displace either the points or some of the lines. And then the next one is a story by itself. So Pedro Histo was a distinguished Brazilian poet who came to us at U of T, and he did this Tower of Babel, permutations on the word Babel, and based on that, I did my Tower of Babel, which is at the bottom right here, and then you see some of the transformations by equation, like that one and this one, and this one, and there's actually, there's only 3 random ones, those 3. The interesting thing is that the University of Toronto Student Association made a huge scale art environment out of this. All over the campus, you had these huge figures of Babel all over, and sounds, Babel, Babel, and so on. And interestingly, the student who approved the large expenditure was Bob Ray, now Canada's elder statesman. So just a little curiosity that my bikini shifted ended up in the advertisement for Lawrence Durrell's novel Numquam, which was about sort of an electronic goddess. And then there is a design company, I think in Montreal, called Raised by Wolves, that put it on a jacket, and also put one of our spider webs. And I should say that I did most of my computer artwork basically in 1967, and then a little bit of the animation a couple of years after that. And then my students were working more in simulations of nature. And I think had I remained, I probably would have gone into the area of simulation of processes of nature and elsewhere, and social data display. my interests were becoming more social and spiritual. While I've got the screen, let me show you as the last picture. So this is 1973's La Femme Hunger by Foldes, Peter Foldes, with the help of Meister Bertning and Marcel Levine at the Canada's National Research Council and the Film Board. And to me, this is like the Guernica of our age. It's about greed. It's a morality tale. And to me, it uses the available material, which was the automatic in-betweening, or an ice cream he's licking becomes a woman, and so on and so on. I'm still looking for the masterpiece. I'm rather naive when it comes to the arts. I'm still looking for a masterpiece, but to me, in a way, this is the greatest accomplishment. I'll stop there.
Leslie, thank you so much. I mean, this is all fascinating. I have so many more questions. I'm looking at the time and I'm panicking, but I'm sure we'll have some format to kind of exchange more ideas. But maybe as a kind of maybe last question before we open it up to the audience. And again, our next panel is at 4:30, so we could keep going until shortly before that next panel. So I was wondering a little bit, I have a couple of questions, I guess, and maybe Frieder, you can address whichever seems kind of more pertinent. I have maybe a quick one, which was what attracted you. I mean, Leslie painted this fantastic picture of the University of Toronto as this kind of vibrant interdisciplinary place. And I'm wondering what attracted you to Toronto, what made you, go work with Leslie and move to Canada in the late 60s. And then I had another question, which is maybe it's quite different, but I was always curious about, I think Leslie touched a little bit on that, like your choice of what kind of image you would produce, like really thinking about the works themselves, like how you kind of chose between figuration, irony, abstraction, highly sort of precise, systematic permutation. Like I was wondering, was that part of a kind of general experimentalism, or were there specific aesthetic choices that you felt you started to make, and what did these depend on in the end? And then I have this big concluding question, which is about the present and reflecting on the present and this kind of, digital art obviously as a burgeoning field, which is now influenced also by things like machine learning and so on. And a lot of the conversations that you started in the 60s are resurfacing in slightly different terms. But maybe this is more for when we speak about the audience. I already overloaded my last question with too many questions, but you can address whichever seems more useful.
Isn't that our fate always? What attracted me to Toronto? Leslie Mezei. That's the answer, nothing else. I can expand on this a bit. I had done the year before my PhD. I did not want to work for a company, but in academia. In Germany, a PhD is not enough in order to get a job as a teacher at the university. You have to do a second thing. I had decided I'm not going to do the second thing, because the second thing, they call it habilitation, that is to break your backbone. The professors bring up their successors in their own style. This I had decided, you are not going to do that to me. And therefore I wanted to go away. Now that would have meant to the United States. However, that was impossible because they were in the war of Vietnam, So no. So Canada was the only alternative. Britain, yeah, that's too boring. And since I had read things by Leslie, I approached him, and then he was friendly enough to say, okay, yeah, Frieda, come. That's that part. So it's very, and the second question, much more complex, but I can answer it in this style also. Namely, we can I believe in it, I do it. We can have machines on a more modest level, only tools, then we're still involved ourselves. But if we want to give this up, then we can leave to the machine the making. The thinking is what we do, and that will always remain with us. So when the machine then produces according to your program, you see the results, and you again subjectively select what you keep and what you throw away. I can say it even more shortly. Think the image, don't make it. I think the image. I want to stress this. I don't say think of the image. I say think the image. Grammatically, it's the same as saying make the image. But the making, I leave to the computer. And when you think the image, you never think an individual, a single image. You always immediately think in groups, sets, structures of images. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to think of it, and then have the computer produce it. That's the essence, I would say, of my approach up to this day to images. I now have programs. I'm just commissioned. You will not know. Leslie may know her, Vera Molnar, a Hungarian artist. And she's well known in the field of computer art, one of the very early ones. Frieda, when I don't like it, I change it a bit here, she says. So she's wonderful. I'm commissioned for apparently a rich collector or something to do an installation in the honor of Vera Molnar. So what I will do is, this will be a program, and I will sell the little box, Macintosh box, to that customer for some money, and it will run for at least 100,000 years before it will repeat. It will all the time produce new and new images. It's not an animation. It's moving, it's dynamic, but what we see is new and different from second to second.
Congratulations. That's great. So
thank you, so Leslie.
Your first question really set up what I wanted to say about our lab. And I want to quote Bill Buxton, who was at the time a musician off in Europe, and he came to us too. And this is what he's now he's a well-known, he says he's more a designer than anything, and he's a senior researcher at Microsoft. But this is what he said about our lab at the time of his honorary PhD. Great innovations often come as the unexpected consequences of somebody just following their curiosity and their passion, with a good team, good resources, and good encouragement. That is the lesson you take away from U of T. The interaction I experienced turned out to have been hugely influential in shaping my career. And he said to me personally that he appreciated most the opposite of what Frieda said was happening in Europe. We were all equal. Anybody, even the newest student, could make suggestions, try new things in those pioneering days. And everybody talked to everybody else and helped everybody else. It wasn't competitive. So I attracted good people like Frieda and Ron Becker and Bill Buxton and many others. So I was very happy about that. And the lesson I want to leave people, those interested in getting involved with it now, is to look back at what some of the early computer artists said they would like to do, because it's still not easy to do. One of the DGP, the Dynamic Graphics Project, actually took on HCI also, human-computer interaction, and it's still not easy in the visual field. So it would be a good idea to look back at what some of these people, some of whom we can still hear, like George Steiny, said. Thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you. I think that's a wonderful note to maybe end our conversation, but now engage the audience, who I'm sure have a lot of questions for you. So you can raise your hands or just unmute yourselves and go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Funny. We are witnessing virtuality here. No,
Yes.
we believe. I believe I'm still a living human being, and now we witness virtuality. No, because who enters in which way? Yeah.
Are there any questions or comments?
Aggressions? No?
Maybe I'll jump in. So thank you, Frida and Leslie, for an incredible journey through some of the key ideas and works in your careers. I wonder if like one thing that I felt was really interesting in your conversation is when, Frida, you spoke of reduction and the idea of bringing, or like in talking about peers, you talked about the value of reduction, and I'm sorry if I'm misconstruing your idea, and that felt like a very powerful idea in terms of utilizing the computer as an expressive, artistic medium. And I'm just wondering if you could maybe reflect a little more on that idea or clarify it in case I didn't catch exactly what you were conveying.
Heavy. In some way, Daniel, I believe that when nowadays, and we are 60 years later than the very beginnings of what then was called computer art, if nowadays you take a sample, it should be a large sample of images done during the last month or so, you will find out that hardly any of those images has not in some way or other been influenced by digital equipment somehow. No, if it was only that the artist collected stuff from the internet, no, then he in which way ever put into or made something different in there. So what in the mid-60s happened at a few places only, and very often attacked heavily. Are you crazy? No? Why do you show that in a gallery? Stupid. What happened then was controversial, but it had apparently the actual development shows it had inside a power that was incredible. The computer does not want to draw. The computer says, please let me calculate. This is my capability. Let me please go away and let me calculate. And then people start forcing the computer into drawing, and a little later, with better equipment, even painting. Harold Cohen, hello, no? Ha ha. Yeah, you know these photographs now when he stands there, watches. Yes, I had the great luck. Harold Cohen is the hero. The last 3 years of his life, I spent a few weeks each summer with him in his studio. Fantastic, to learn how his thinking was so totally different. Now, when you think of him, we should pay more attention. He had already been a famous British painter when he came to San Diego, and then there encountered the computer and started to develop Aaron, that program system, we should say, and never gave up. And he never really painted again. No, absolutely fantastic. And there's other examples of artists, of real artists. So what happened in the 1960s? And Toronto, for, let me say, a logical minute, was the center of this. And it's not a surprise, no, because of the closeness of Montreal, no, and the film, his name, I forget his name, the famous filmmaker in Montreal, you know his name, I forget it. Moments where some people develop a certain sensitivity for what we are trying to do here with very poor means only, contains or will lead to an explosion in, now what, in the human mind. No? In the human mind, to write a program is a mental activity. The computer cannot think. There can never be anything like artificial intelligence. It is important. And it's, for me, I'm always sad when I hear very intelligent people talk about machines' intelligence. No, it's us projecting something onto the machine. No, I believe, or at least in my life, that was the great lesson I could learn in those early days by trying to do something very ignorantly, you know, and in a very modest. But there is whole exhibitions, you know, that don't even think of, should we call that computer art, which would be stupid nowadays. You know? They do something, and yes, it contains digital and algorithmic components. That's it. You know? Full success. An anecdote. I became a member, would you believe this, short-lived only, maybe 2 years, group parallel, we call each other, 5 artists, writers, no, and they said, Frieder, you must join us. Okay. No? So my experience is, if you do something interesting, the world is open. You know? If you do something using computers that is aggressive, the world is not open. The world closes down against you.
Okay, well, I'd like to add to what Frieder is saying, and then talk about Marshall McLuhan. So AI, as Theodora mentioned, back in I think 1967, same time as I started graphics, Kelly Gottlieb, the chair, said, "Why don't you teach artificial intelligence?" So I actually taught the first artificial intelligence course in Canada. What did I know about it? Nothing. However, we were so close with the different labs, we were able to find out what the other's doing. What I learned out of that experience, that's how I became a humanist. I learned what fantastic capacities we have that computers cannot come near to. So I also, after Kelly wrote the book on computers and society, I got to teach the course 1 year and thought about these things. So Ron Becker, who took over and ran the DGP so well for so many years, more recently, after he retired, wrote a new computer society textbook, Oxford University Press, you can pick it up. And in his talks for that, he went around the world talking about what artificial intelligence should be made to answer to before it's allowed to be used. That each AI application, there should be a list of things you check on, because there is a craze for it. They're going to do everything. and they're doing things that they're not up to. There are wonderful things that it is up to. So that's that side. So the fun part is Marshall McLuhan. So we, back in those interdisciplinary days at New College, we had a club of GNU, we called it, and we latched on to future studies. And we had a meeting every Wednesday noon, and anybody who was anybody was there, and Marshall used to be there together with all kinds of people, Gregory Baum and so on and so on. And one day when he heard about my computer art, he asked me to come and address his class. It was like like an interview. We sat side by side, and he asked me questions, and then I showed some of the artworks, and it was very interesting. We didn't see, you know how it is, the prophet in his own home. We didn't see him as the great master, but yes, we did have contact with him.
Leslie, let me add one short remark since you mentioned McLuhan. I call those images in the 60s, 70s, 80s that are still images you put up on the wall, I call that the McLuhan phase of algorithmic art. Why? Because then the medium was the message.
Yes.
You know? McLuhan's famous statement, the medium was the message. Hello, this is a drawing. You don't like it, but you know what? It's done by a computer. The medium was the message. You know? And we did not, we had to come to the dynamics. The image out of the computer must be dynamic, but because the computer is the machine for ongoing semiotic processes.
Wonderful. So I noticed in the chat line, Adam Lauder mentioned the name of Norman McLaren. And that's an important name because he was the great animator at the National Film Board. And the story goes that he spent one weekend at a computer. I forget which of our friends was working with him. He found it most frustrating. He came up with a little 2-minute thing. It's a couple of little bird-like figures, but they moved in a way that was organic, that was dynamic. They were so much. He managed to put into them so much.
McLaren was the name that I before had forgotten. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There's a couple of other questions in the chat. So there's a question by Paul Pangaro, who's our next panelist, on reflections on the Cybernetic Serendipity exhibition. Like I know, obviously, we said, Frieder, that you participated, and Leslie, you were consulted, right? You were one of the consultants. I remember seeing your name in one of the list of people that Jesse Reinhardt had consulted on the show. So there's that question. Another question from Martin Oroz about Gestalt theory and influence from psychology when you were working around aesthetics and perception.
Well, I'll start, but at that time, it felt as if anything we did was wonderful. And so it all went into these exhibits, and it all went into the text and so on. I don't know whether there's been enough sort of analysis or context to it, because I think in a way we were separate from that art world that we did not know, that Arnold would have known, but he didn't stay with it. And we had so many influences to work on. My big regret is, if there is a regret, because you live your life as you do, that all these possibilities, I did not explore them in any ongoing way. So a lot of these things were possibilities that were not further developed. There was no other interest in computer art in our lab or in our department. So it was considered something frivolous.
Yeah. Harold Cohen, no, Leslie. Harold Cohen took over, not knowing of Toronto, definitely not. And a few, Vera Molnar, clearly, you know, she must be mentioned. That Manfred Mohr, you have, and then Netzschwartal and so on. You have real names nowadays, you know, not just methods. We were much more interested in methods, techniques, you know, doing something just to show, look, this is what we can do. Maybe Theodora, if you bring up of those 5 slides, I gave you the last one, number 5. Yeah, and further. This one, yeah. This particular one is not very nice here. In your introductory part, there were more of this. Why did I think of it to bring it up? Read these 4 as states, as 4 states of an ongoing process. The upper left is number 1, upper right number 2, then down to lower left 3, and lower right is 4. And you would perhaps agree that you see some development there. If you take the first one, upper left, yeah, it's more or less chaotic. In the upper right, you already see almost in the middle, a little to the right from the middle, something like a column appearing, you know, yellow and reddish. You see in the third and in the fourth, that column still there. You know? So it has developed. And you see that the lower 2 are more and more without any disturbances. There are still some disturbances, columns, colored columns in this particular way. Why? Blue takes over. This is not important. Okay, this is maybe on the visual side. Now I tell you what is behind this. In mathematics, there is something that is called a matrix. Whatever that is, you can think of a rectangle of cells. Each one of them contains a number. Now, I used a particular such matrix here, and then built the products, something like this is defined in mathematics, of that matrix with itself. And this is a purely mathematical process that has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with anything visual, let alone anything aesthetic. However, my attempt here was to combine, to use the happening in the mathematical process, state by state, and translate that, in this case here, into little colored cells. Each of these numbers stands for a small interval. Each of these colors, I should say, stands for a small interval of numbers. So here I would claim, now this may be a bit exaggerating, and it is. Here, mathematics became the source for some visual appearance. Whether you like it or not, that's a different question. In 67, I used only that program the entire year, you know? And I produced so many, most of them I threw away, and a large number of them I could sell to collectors and to some museums. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Theodora.
I'd like to hear you, Frieder, in the little time left, answer the question about your 1971 statement, and then I'd like to make a very brief one about my 1975 one.
Yeah. Fantastic. I had gained the feeling that I could now concentrate in my entire life doing such things. Because my feeling was I have enough grips to come up with new schemata. Okay. Then I felt computers are not good. They are doing harm to people. The war in Vietnam was my case. And therefore I said, look, those of you who use computers to produce something nice, maybe even beautiful, maybe even art, we should not do this. Because this gives the computer that is mainly used for totally different purposes, that gives it a nice little surrounding. Oh, it's so nice, you can do nice things with the computer. And then we would stand in for giving possibilities, options to that machine that should not be allowed. That was the reason. There should be no computer art. I have given up 14 years later, this position, yes. But for a long time, I didn't touch any graphics of that kind, no, only technical.
Interesting. I thought you were also against the world, the capitalist world of art markets.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. Leslie, thank you. I thought now speaking to a Canadian audience, I should not use the word capitalism, but yes, absolutely. No, this was my time radically away from doing art with computers, and radically more and more doing something totally different, politics. Radical left politics.
Thank you. So I'd like to also mention my radical statement, which was in 1975, which I think was full of hubris, in effect saying that the field has become stale, there was no progress, we weren't going anywhere. I apologize for that. You guys are here and are doing things, but I'd like to read you on the other side of that, what I did say in the last paragraph. We need to find those things which uniquely suit this new media, which can be expressed only with their help, and thus make the effort worthwhile. To find those things that are particularly suitable to it, I meant. I look for the fresh wind of ideas from the new wave of art students who will be literate in the information sciences, I don't think that happened, and conversant with interactive computers and the new processes which they can help visually explicate. I shouldn't say it hasn't happened because you guys are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's maybe a wonderful note to end. I wish we could carry on for hours. We have more questions for you, and maybe there will be a way of exchanging more thoughts. But for now, we wanted to thank you so much for your generosity and your stories. I think they really take us back, and your suggestion to look back at some of this early work, I think is very timely. And to revisit some of the questions that have not been answered yet. Absolutely. I don't know if Daniel, you want to add anything before we conclude the session, but thank you again. And if you would like to stay on, we will very shortly start with our next panel with Rachel Strickland and Paul Pangaro. But I wanted to thank you again, Leslie and Frieder. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
I want to thank you, Theodora, Daniel, for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Somebody from Germany entering as a virtual thing only, Canada again.
Wonderful here. Thank you so much.
I want to thank you too, and I hope to be at the opening of the exhibit.
That would be fantastic. We will be looking forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah. Ciao.
Have
a good time.
Yeah. So we have a few minutes before our final session today. I hope everyone will stay. I think that some of the points in the conversation, maybe there's no point in sort of concluding and rejoining. Maybe we should just kind of connect, right, Theodora? Would you say that? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think my brain is still kind of vibrating with the conversation with Frida and Leslie, but I think so many of the themes that came up in conversation with them, we will continue to develop in conversation with Rachel and Paul. So in starting that session, I want to say how truly delighted we are to have Rachel Strickland and Paul Pangaro to the final session of the second day of the Digital.Visual.Material symposium. Instead of presentations, we will also have a conversational format, but we will start by looking two of their pieces, which are also part of the exhibition. So after a brief introduction, I will share my screen and we will get to see these two pieces. Rachel's is called Finger Film, and it's a 10-minute film that was produced for the Architecture Machine Group at MIT in 1976. In part to document the research of this group on touch-sensitive displays. We will also see Paul's film called Stick Models, which was produced at the Architecture Machine Group also in 1976, and which explored the expressive possibilities of computer graphics. So in these two films, I think we will see lines of connection with many of the sessions today and yesterday. They will connect to some of the key themes that we have explored. And in part, they will also help us understand from a different perspective the conjunction of computer artistic explorations in the context of research-funded laboratories in a place like MIT, which I think we touched on the previous sessions as well. I think it will also be an opportunity to think about issues of tactility and performance in early computer research, and also the work of staging and representing technological visions, which I think connects to something that Frida was mentioning just a moment ago, how computer art and the expressive possibilities of the computer can be mobilized in different ways. Let me introduce briefly our panelists. Rachel Strickland, she is an independent filmmaker, a documentary videographer, also an interaction designer and an inventor and media artist. She started doing documentary films with Cinema Verité pioneers Richard Leacock and Ed Pincus in the 1970s. And her research and art have focused on the cinematic dimensions of the sense of place, the animate and ephemeral dimensions of architectural space, as well as new paradigms for narrative construction in digital media. She has an impressive record as a professor, as an educator as well. She has taught film production at MIT, at UC Santa Cruz, at SciArc, and at the California College of the Arts, where she has pursued a vision for spontaneous cinema. That's the name of her website, Spontaneous Cinema, which she started developing while working as a videographer at places such as Atari, Apple, and the Interval Research Corporation. Rachel has also received awards from the NEA, from the Banff Center for the Arts, the Rockefeller Foundation's Program for Media Artists, and the Brown Institute for Media Innovation. Paul Pangaro has been studying and focusing on the notion of conversation and design, both human-human and human-machine, for more than 30 years. He has a design practice, lectures, and writes, looking at the intersection of these two concepts, designing for conversation and seeing design as a conversation. His career has spanned many roles as an interaction designer, entrepreneur, researcher, performer, and professor. I'm happy to say that he's now a colleague at Carnegie Mellon University, where he is a professor of practice in the Human-Computer Interaction Institute. Currently, Paul is creating new Mezei meetings, a renewal of the original Mezei meetings from the 1940s and 50s that became the foundation of cybernetics. But now thinking about the 21st century trans-global and transgenerational constituents of this discourse. In 2018, Pangaro, with TJ McLeish, created a full-scale replica of Pasque's colloquy of mobiles, which was displayed in the Pompidou Center in Paris last year. And I think this also connects to the conversation about cybernetic serendipity, because the colloquy of mobiles, of course, was one of the key pieces or the centerpieces of that important exhibition in 1968. That piece will actually be part of the permanent collection of the ZKM in Karlsruhe in Germany. So there's all these kind of interesting connections between these panels. Paul's academic career also includes bachelor's in the humanities with computer science from MIT. And it was then after that he joined the architecture machine group that was the laboratory led by Nicolas Negro-Ponte. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Importantly, Paul collaborated with Gordon Pasque for over a decade and has worked on notions of cybernetics and conversation in part as a result of that collaboration. And with that, let me just share my screen. We'll have the screen, the film will have music. So I will share also the audio. So the first film takes out 10 minutes and I invite everyone to see. Like we've been kind of talking and discussing a lot. I think it would be nice also to look at what these two films are telling us. And at the same time, we can keep the chat window open as a place to make comments and have like a part of the conversation while the two films play. So this will take like 13 minutes, the two films. So give me 1 second. I'll reorganize my screen and we can move forward.
Hello. Right, what was that? 4? Okay, right, you know that. 491 5170. Okay.
What a mess, as we say.
What you could do?
What could I
You could
do?
have TSDemo come in just now and replace that thing with the real square.
No, that would be embarrassing. I must be full.
Right, okay. But no. You will. Okay. So see you later.
taken me hours and years and days to play with. What else can we do here? We can cross this one here. Back, shall we clean the screen?
Sure. Make it easier to work with.
It's going to be a problem, you know, in the future when we're touching computers, we have to clean the screen all the time. Stay back and we're done.
Oh yeah, two of them.
Now there are two here.
That's right. The first one, it'll stay there after you move the first one.
How about this? That doesn't do anything.
That won't work just yet.
Well, eventually we'll have multiple things.
You never know.
It'd be nice to get to the point where I could touch it with a full hand. And then be able to detect multiple fingers and then the pressure with a full hand.
Easily led by society. You can find them bending their double-jointed people. It's just what it says. It's a lot of logic in palmistry.
For some reason I wanted to be double-jointed.
Yeah, and yet individually, you're very, very flexible. Each one of your attributes will go along fine with as you take them apart, but take them as a whole. If somebody confronted you immediately with a bundle of information, you would have to stop them first before you could go on, before you'd have to take time to think yourself before you could actually answer them. But on individual issues, you're very flexible, okay? You will listen.
These are pigskin. These are pigskin. These are castle. So, do we find the sauce? Sauce is really small. I think I'd have large hands. See if we have enough. Sometimes they're cut differently, though. So they're very good. Try this. I'll see if I have any. Well, here, perhaps I'll try a pair of woolen cutters. Medium. Well, I think these will do. Quite nicely. you very much. And the gloves. Oh yes, the gloves. Just we have them. Thank you.
It's good to do it this way. It's nice to clean. Well, it's nice to keep it clean.
It seems that if you use up all the points, it doesn't draw it in.
That's possible.
You're going to run into the end of the screen if you're not careful. That came out very nice.
TSD, touch-sensitive displays. We're very professional here. Looks like
You gotta
hell.
wait. You gotta pause a little bit in between letters to let it reset.
Very strange points over here. It must be near the edge of the screen. Will it fill me in now?
It should.
There we go. Not bad.
Just pause in between letters a little bit.
Hello.
It's the edge.
It's too bad we didn't think of this sooner. We could have done one title of the film at every point in the filming. You know, every film I've made has had a hokey ending. It's true.
Didn't fill it in.
And it didn't fill it in. What are you going to do?
Just to say this film is silent at 4 minutes.
So that was the beginning of our conversation. A look at these two pieces, and I think maybe we can welcoming you again, Rachel and Paul. Maybe we can start by finger film, and just as a general question, Rachel, one thing that I find very special, that I actually love about the finger film, is that it's showing not just the development of a technology, but it's also it doesn't shy away from showing the glitches and the imperfections of that technology. If I'm not mistaken, you are looking at the development of some of the earliest touch-sensitive displays, but you are not just documenting it, but also making an argument about tactility. And I would love it if you could tell us a little more about that. Could you tell us a little more about the context of the film, first of all, like how it was produced, and what were you thinking at the time?
Sure. So in the annals of the architecture machine group, there was something that they called SDMS, or that was short for Spatial Data Management Systems, that Nicholas Negroponte regarded as key to making computers accessible to 4-star generals and 6-year-old children. So the concept of SDMS was that we find things with our bodies in space rather than filing them by names and keywords. One piece of this agenda was the research with touch-sensitive displays. Another grander and flashier one was something they called the media room, which was a kind of military cockpit outfitted with a large projection screen and instrumented Eames lounge chair. And this new media room needed video programs that could be displayed when the generals and the corporate sponsors came to visit. So for that purpose, I was commissioned to make a short Super 8 film that would get viewers thinking about the potentials of haptic user interfaces. I'm not sure why Daniel has taken an interest in the finger film. It certainly got me into trouble at the time with the lab director, Nicholas Negroponte, although initially conceived as a taxonomy of gesture, manipulation, and touch, it shouldn't have surprised me that Nicholas would, at some point in the process, decide that the movie should also showcase their prototype touchscreen technology. The trouble was that the prototype was unreliable and subject to crashing, and its primitive graphics looked like a mistake to most any discerning observer. So as an observational filmmaker who was focused on people's architectural transactions with machines and space, what intrigued me the most was watching the researchers engage with this flaky prototype. When it misbehaved was when it actually came to life. They start to talk to it and bang on it and coax it as if it were a sentient creature inside the box. This was exactly what Nicholas didn't want to see or share with the generals. What I was delivering seemed like reality TV when he might have preferred something more along the lines of science fiction. So it's been sitting in the dark for a long time.
I think that's perhaps one reason we are so kind of thrilled to think and see the finger film, because I think it, in a way, the fact that it departs from presenting the technology in a very sort of fancy or seemingly perfect way, but showing the glitches and the imperfections seems really an important thing. It kind of enacts a sort of critical sensibility that is rare in the representations of technology coming from a place like the MIT and that group, and I think that makes it a very unique piece. Paul, you are actually one of the characters in the film, and we hear your voice and we see your hands, and I think we see the reflection of your face on some of the screens a few times. Could you also help us understand more of the context? Can you reflect on this moment and your participation on the project?
Well, needless to say, it was a fascinating time. And this device was one of the very earliest, if not the first, prototype of something that you could touch. And that those points that you touched were read as X, Y into the device. And you could see, as Rachel's beautifully describing, it wasn't working very well. The data rates and so on were imperfect. But part of the brilliance of it was to experiment and to try to see what would happen with such a device. And that was the nature of the architecture machine, and morphing into the Media Lab later is we are the users, would be one way of saying what the difference might have been between other technical labs which make things for other people, as opposed to a technical lab where the people who are making are the users. And this was an idea that I think Nicholas would say was the idea behind the Media Lab, although it's an oversimplification too. But the important thing to mention is the idea was to mount it on pressure sensitive sensors, strain gauges so-called. So the harder you push, the more it worked. We have this today, we take it for granted, but at the time it was, completely outer space. But as Rachel is describing it, it was an experiment and it didn't always work. And we came in the mornings and we tried to see what it would do. And then we kept going and tried to incrementally improve it. And at the time, we thought of it more as sci-fi, even though in fact it was not that, for Rachel's comment.
Maybe this is a good moment to kind of think about your film, Stick Models, which I think it stands out in a number of ways. I think it inscribes a sense of kind of playfulness and sort of perhaps discovery about the possibilities of computer graphics as an expressive sort of environment. So at a time where there were also kind of other labs and other places, like including some of the panelists that we've been talking today, that were also starting to explore those possibilities that now are so much part of our visual culture, right? The film shows these sticks kind of dancing and moving playfully, following a programming logic. And one question that I would like to start with is that at first glance, the film seems to be a little different from the production of the lab at the time. And I'm wondering if you could help us understand how that particular exploration fit within the lab's broader trajectories.
It does need that explanation. So remember the time. I had been a computer animator, which meant I was programming for some years, 8 years or so before joining the lab, vector scopes. So they drew lines, and lines were all they could draw. And I was hired by Nicholas because I walked in with these movies that were made with an animation camera in 16 millimeter and produced moving mathematics films. But he had just made a raster scan machine. So this is a cover of Technology Review. I hope it's coming into focus. It says, painting by computer, new realms for animation, see page 34. So this was an era of the beginning of what we're now looking at every day, so-called raster scan machines or full color displays. So here I am, I have this history in doing vector. I come into this amazing world where there's this amazing machine that I'm on research staff to help program, and yet you couldn't do animation on it because it was so damn slow. So I started building an animation system based on simulation. So it's all Newtonian mechanics, and there are springs and all kinds of other things. Real world simulation, you might say, much as the iPhone does springs when you get to the bottom of a list of things and scrolling and so on. And so I wanted to build an animation system. I wanted to use this screen. And yet, because the animation was so slow, I just began by building these simulation worlds. And the sequence of the movie is the simplest possible program to incrementally more complex programs. And maybe that's the metaphor, which is you start somewhere, it's very early days in all of these technologies, and you incrementally see where it goes. So you're finding your way, you're exploring. It's more like tinkering would be a word that they would like to use there still, I think, rather than planning, designing, and making. No, the making is here, and the rest is in this iterative loop. The other thing to say about it was, of course, I was, young as I was, losing the technology that I had made a kind of primitive name in, vector machines, and they were moving to these things. And so I wanted to do something that was subterfuge. I wanted to be sarcastic about an era that was clearly going to full color, flat, raster, more pixels than you can imagine. And so I wanted to do something that also had that quality of sort of teasing and sarcasm in it. So all of those things together, simulation, incremental, playing, every frame that you saw there could not be shown next to the next frame and the next frame at 30 frames a second. They had to be written to a video disc and then played back and recorded on VHS tape.
Wow.
So in all of those contexts, this was something that could be made, but still along the lines of what the touch-sensitive display was about, which is see what happens and go with it and see where it takes you.
I think you've talked about this piece as a kind of performance, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what inspires that approach to thinking about that kind of work, about the programming logic, perhaps. Maybe if you could tell us a little more about the making of the piece, what languages and what hardware was involved.
Okay. So briefly, so I had come from theater more so than from computer science. I was doing both at MIT, as you said. And part of the charm of this system was you could start a world going and then see what happened. So only the initial conditions of every single one of those segments is set. For example, at the very end, you get all this stuff going on and it goes off screen and then it comes back as if for an encore and goes off again. That was not scripted. It was programmed in the sense that that was the consequence of the numerical calculations in the simulation or so on, or the dancing ones when the veins do this and then they bounce and they do that. Initial conditions, all the rest is performance in the sense of a calculation based on initial conditions. It happened to be written in PL1. It was not very fast, as I said. The programming language itself was a data flow, what we would now call a data flow programming language. Mm-hmm. So you'd have names of the routines and values of variables would flow from top to bottom. And the most fun about it was you could position something up here and that's where it started. Or if you moved it and you started it again, it would move from there. So in an era of purely text-based programming capabilities, this was a visual programming language, and that was also part of the experiment.
Great. Maybe we can now think a little bit about the context of this research, the lab and MIT, and maybe I would love it if you both could tell us a little more about how you encountered MIT, how you encountered the Architecture Machine Group. Just for the benefit of our audience, which I'm sure everyone is perhaps very familiar with the concept, but just briefly, the lab, as Paul already mentioned, and Rachel also mentioned, was led by Aleesandra Ponte. Initially, the research focused on disrupting or rethinking architectural and urban design practices through computational technologies, but it started to move towards the type of questions that we see represented in the works of Rachel and Paul, more about interactions and media and space. So let me ask that very broad question. How did you find yourselves there? What factors led you to MIT and to interact with this group? And how did you two meet?
So my architecture professor at MIT, a man named Morris Smith from New Zealand, observed that overdeterminacy ruled architecture for the most part, because most designers want to control much too much And instead he was training us to prefer what he called consistent incompletion, a kind of open-ended approach, like the logic of Spanish hill towns or barns he had photographed in Switzerland, or a scatter of leaves, or the arrangement of boulders on the shoreline. Architecture is not the object that you see and bump into, the building, the mass, the solid. It's rather the space that's defined, and it's the process, what Mara's termed open field composition or projected construction. So I was a protege of Mara Smith's, who got carried away with the possibilities of motion pictures and computer-based media for exploring and expressing the dynamic and ephemeral dimensions of architectural space. I borrowed a Bolex 16mm camera that was in the equipment closet of the Architecture Machine Group. And with that, I made my first movie. I took a friend who was a dancer out into the lawn in front of the student center to do somersaults and cartwheels. And then I took the camera to downtown Boston and had the buildings perform somersaults and cartwheels. And I was completely hooked, and Nicholas said I should take a film course.
And that started the
Keep in mind that this was 1976. Storytelling had yet to become a buzzword. Design was not widely appropriated by software developers until around 1990. And the computer science and engineering students at the Architecture Machine Group didn't think of themselves as designers. They were more eager to affiliate with artists. And at that time, there was very little conversation between the architecture faculty at MIT and the Architecture Machine Group. From the architecture faculty were skeptical about computer-aided design and anything that smacked of new media. The architectural profession had heretofore operated successfully for centuries with pencil and paper, and thank you very much. What do they need any of this newfangled stuff for?
How do you, Paul?
Well, I gave a little bit of it away. I've been making movies, and finally managed to graduate from undergrad at MIT because I was spending so much time doing theater. I had to keep taking classes over and over again. And one day I looked in the Tech Talk MIT newspaper, and it was a job description that looked like it was written for me, which was shocking. And I went in with my 16mm cans of film and showed Nicholas and whoever else was in the room the movies, and he hired me right away because the expertise of making animated movies with computers was minimal. And I guess I had whatever other requisite skills were necessary, and I started working there. I remember clearly, I was making $17,500, which today is about $82,000. So not bad for a first full-time job right out of school. Now that's not Silicon Valley money, right? But it would go pretty well in Pittsburgh. So that's how I was immersed into it. But as I said, my interest was very strongly in humanities. And although I had done a lot of coding even by then, I was not so much interested in the tech as in the human and in the analog qualities of it. That's a little bit too what I'm trying to do in stick models is I'm giving you a simulation of how the real world moves, because I think it's interesting intrinsically and inherently more human. So that's the basis of that story. But the important thing to say is, for me, the idea of the architecture machine could be said to have become the Media Lab, namely interactions with machines in many sensory modes. That's what Stuart Brand says in his characterization of the Media Lab. So you have touch, you have speech, you have whatever else it may be, vision, sound, etc. But for me, it was Gordon Pask who had this idea of having a conversation with a machine, not in a trivial way, but in a sophisticated way. And he had a whole way of talking about that and a formalism for talking about that. So when he walked into the lab one day, I was smitten with his ideas and with this extraordinary character and his genius and so on. And that explains, that was the pivot, if you will, for me to want to continue on a path of seeking the kind of conversation that we have, and yet somehow mediated with machines or with machines. And I might disagree a little bit with what Frida was saying earlier. I agree about the AI thing, but I think there are structural ways in which you can have a conversation about why you want to do something, how you're going to do it. And that interaction can be very rich. That was the idea of the architecture machine, right? That was this book. It was not about playing with devices for the sake of whatever. It was playing with devices in order to do design through conversation with machines. So I was happy when I was there.
Could you speak a little bit about how your theatrical sort of background, your experience and work in theater played with your work as a technologist, artist, and so on in the architecture machine group?
Well, improvisation, iteration, trial and error, waiting to fail such that you can learn from the failure and keep going, all of those simple ways. Also building up, not saying I'm going to make X and deciding on how you're going to get to X, but seeing where it goes. So the stick models is itself, as I said earlier, a complete exploration, building from a very simple, minimal Newtonian with a thing that goes up and down with one vein to 5 veins to veins which do this to veins which have springs. It's simple in a way. As Frida was saying earlier, programming is trivial. I would add it's the ideas that are hard, and maybe he would agree with that. So I can't separate it out except as an observer in the back of my head trying to answer a question of your kind. It all seemed to be all together. I think to answer another question that you asked, I think Rachel and I and a few other people came together and wanted to have a kind of interaction that was not about the bits and the bytes or the digital aspects of it, but to explore our sensibilities in various media, in her case, in movies, in my case, in interactivity and in the consequence of those interactivities which produce these artifacts called movies.
Thanks. Maybe, Rachel, you mentioned that, you already mentioned that you were an architecture student at the time. And I wonder if you could tell us or help us understand a little more about what that meant at the time in the 1970s at MIT. What was the atmosphere politically and intellectually there, and how that sort of combined with the kind of work, technological / artistic work that was taking place in the group.
I'm just gonna follow up on Paul. Beginners and machines follow rules. Gordon might have said that experts know that rules are made to be broken. So improvisation, spontaneity. When I came to MIT in 1970, the architecture department, well, all of MIT was on strike. War in Cambodia. The architecture students at MIT were coordinating the graphic design and the protests for the entire Northeast there was this rupture going on in the society that was very much felt by students and faculty, and made its way from the environment to the curriculum that the students thought architecture should be more contemporary, more relevant. MIT architecture school and founded in a Beaux-Arts tradition, and everybody was trying to break the rules and break the boundaries. And I'm not answering the question because I can't figure out what the question is.
Let me try from a different angle. Like, one way to look at this group, the machine group, is as a place where computers started to be imagined as more sort of human and more conversational agents, also more tactile, as we saw or at least that was the ambition, right? It also was a place where ideas about democratic participation through computational systems were being sort of developed. And I think that one question I think there is how did that political climate, the political atmosphere, and this question for both of you, I guess, that the political atmosphere of the time intersected with those ambitions to see technologies as enablers of democratic participation, and so on. So, for example, you just mentioned that architectural students were revolting against traditional forms of representation. In past conversations, I think you've mentioned to me that descriptive geometry, for example, was also a target of revolts from architecture students. So I just wanted us to talk a little more about how in that atmosphere, the work of the lab was perceived as a place that sought to speak to ambitions of democracy and participation and so on.
My comment on that, if Rachel, if you don't mind me jumping in, is I think there was the idea that we were democratizing technology in a very naive way, democratizing it for us, white guys mostly. It was, sorry?
White guys and 6-year-olds.
And 6-year-olds, that's right. So Rachel earlier was quoting Nicholas about the demo scene, which is generals and 6-year-olds. He really was making that comparison quite a lot. The idea, though, I think back to, shouldn't it be the users who are making the machines and developing them and involving them rather than the engineers over here and giving them to users? So in a sense, we got back to that in design much later when we shifted to designing with. We're not quite at designing by, but we were transitioning out of designing for someone else. So we were a little bit on that path, despite the fact that we were not diverse in any sense. And of course, it wasn't until 1984, the computer, well, no, wait a minute. The Mac was already out, and maybe it was the original Apple II that was a computer for everyone. Yes, personal computer for everyone. So that idea of democratization from Steve Jobs already was in the air. But wait a minute, this stuff was so expensive and so outrageously new and so weak in its operation, and yet so promising of what it could be, that I don't feel like there was a lot of awareness, certainly not in my mind, about the political implications. We were just trying to get the shit to work.
Do you have any comment, Rachel?
I think that we've covered it.
I want to make sure that we leave time for questions from the audience, but I would like, before that, I would like us to maybe think a little bit about your own arcs, the arcs of your careers. having developed as artists / researchers / technologists / entrepreneurs. So for example, Paul, after your work at the Architecture Machine Group, you went on to do doctoral work with Gordon Pask on cybernetics and conversation theory, and you've crafted a career across industry and academia, drawing these subjects of conversation and design together. I also understand that you did not continue to pursue work on computer graphics, which is interesting. And I think it would be wonderful if you reflected on whether there are other traces of stick models in your work.
Lovely. Well, I think, as you said in the introduction, I've been pursuing this path of conversations, designing for conversations to enable conversations for others to have. That for me is the ultimate ethical machine interface, to enable others to have conversation, but also construing design as a conversation. And it was Hugh Doverly in my long-term wonderful collaboration with him that got me into that idea of design process and so on. So design for conversation, design as conversation has been my career, from Pask, who I met at ArcMac, because that was where some of this stuff was all beginning. So maybe I'm not a visual artist, but I'm an interactive artist of a kind. I don't know that I like that phrase. I haven't used it before. But the idea of engendering better interactions for myself and for others has perhaps been the arc of my career. And Pask gave me a formalism, and I built systems large and small. My PhD thesis with him was essentially an adaptive training system of some rich complexity built in an AI workstation that would cost 100 grand at the time, which is what, 400 grand now. But since then, even as recently as 2015, in a startup of my own devising, I wanted conversation with content and built browser-based interactive systems where it was a bit like you saying to the machine, hi, I don't want to go read that article. Can you give me the paragraph from that article that you would tell me if you were the author and you knew me? It's a kind of conversation. It's a bit like you're asking us questions now and we respond. There's a context, there's a set of presumptions of what's been going on before. We kind of know who the people are a little bit here and there. We understand what your context is for the conference or seminar today as a whole. So we answer a question with that intelligence. Let's get machines to do that. That's what I've always done upon meeting Pask, who gave me a way of writing code to do it. And so that's been my arc, really.
Just as a quick follow-up to that question, and also related to Pask, one of your recent projects was to, as we talked earlier in the introduction, was to reconstruct the colloquy of mobiles. And I was wondering if you could tell us why that piece is significant. What led you to reconstruct it in such precise detail? And well, wonderful. I hope to get to see it in person at some point.
Yeah, in Germany. Well, Hugh Doverly said to me one day, Paul, why don't you reproduce it? And the first idea was to make it a Kickstarter thing where for $5 grand, you get a little kit and you can put it together. And then one day he said to me, but wait a minute, isn't 2018 the 50th anniversary? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, you should make it for that. I said, okay, who can help me do it? Because I'm not a fabricator of that kind. And TJ McLeish was known to him. And TJ and I got together. We tortured not each other, but the institution that I was at the time, the College for Creative Studies, and we built it. The reason why it's important is because it's all the things that digital technology is not. It's organic, it's conversational in a true sense, it's serendipitous. It was in the Cybernetic Serendipity exhibition. It's analog, and sometimes things happen and sometimes they don't. There's cooperation and competition. It was a crazy ass metaphor of male and female and essentially lovemaking between these robots. The female forms were designed by a very prominent of the time ballet production designer, Yolanda Sonnabend, who had this amazing collaboration with Gordon Pask. And it was part of Cybernetic Serendipity, Yasha Reichart's, fever dream of not making a distinction between art and engineering between artists and engineers. That was a profound, in a sense, origin of that idea. We're not going to say who's who, just going to put it all in there. So the idea that you could 50 years later build this thing in real space and have it work as we imagined it did. There are some movies, there's some contradiction. There's the way Gordon used to exaggerate what it did and all that stuff. You had to take all of this into account. But making it and having people move through it was an extraordinary experience, because imagining what that was like 50 years ago is one thing, but then saying, wait a minute, we don't have much of this today. Why don't we have it today? How can we get more of it today? And in a sense, that's what the new Mezei idea is, which you also alluded to, is can we have conversations to get back to the analog, the humane, the biological, the interactive, not in a digital sense, but in a human to human sense. So it's part of that trajectory as well.
Wonderful, thanks. Rachel, same question for you. Like after your work at the Architecture Machine Group, you taught at a number of places, including at MIT. You worked as a visual producer for technology companies. I already mentioned Atari and Apple, and also have crafted throughout your career this vision of spontaneous cinema. So the question is, how do you think finger film and more generally your work from that time shaped those next steps, if at all?
So I might mention that I've never written a film script. My filmmaking was rooted from the beginning in cinema verite, a method of documentary filmmaking that emerged in the 1960s, which favored spontaneous observation of everyday life over the reenactment of events. From the perspective of the audience, cinema verite was striving to be a kind of motion picture that would be self-revealing and permit discovery on the part of viewers. And because I was interested in using cinematic media to communicate about places, I've spent many years pursuing a way of making movies that would be more like architecture than like narrative.
Maybe a quick a follow-up to that. Like one of your recent projects comes to mind. Like I learned about this beautiful project of yours, The Social Life of Urban Trees, a couple of years ago here at CMU. And in this project, you install a solar-powered tricorder on an urban tree in Columbia University in New York. And I believe what you're after is you're trying to register its unique mobility, its unique pace and temporality, which sounds like it connects to this notion of this kind of architectural, spontaneous understanding of film experience. Could you maybe tell us a little more about this part of your artistic practice and the kinds of observation that you try to cultivate with these projects, and how technologies are mobilized in these projects in the service of that artistic vision, your collaboration and your technical work in the service of this spontaneity? And maybe if you could relate that to finger film, if that was possible.
It's all connected, obviously. So a tree growing in the sidewalk is an architectural organism. It, through its body language, it gives definition to the urban milieu, to the public space. It also happens to be a living creature and a habitat, and it's very hard for most people to appreciate that the tree is alive because its time frame is so much slower than ours. So what are the experiences and coping mechanisms associated with being large, stationary, and long-lived? This project, The Social Lives of Urban Trees, it's an experiment that merges new environmental sensing technology with traditional observational cinema, trying to invent a cinema verite approach whose revelations emerge from ongoing data capture with these solar powered cameras, microphones, and sensory instrumentation installed in the tree canopies, allowing the trees to trigger recording and in a way produce their own self-portraits.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And I think this is a nice kind of moment to maybe open up the conversation. Before first, thank you so much for engaging. We have some time for the audience to raise your hand or enter questions in the chat. So please take the screen. Molly, please.
Hi. Rachel, it's a great pleasure to virtually meet you. I've written about the Architecture Machine Group for a long time, gotten to know Paul quite some time ago and know him here at Carnegie Mellon. And I want to just thank you for being a part of this. I'm learning a lot from you. So I'll preface this by saying I wrote the wrong book about the Architecture Machine Group in part, and Cedric Price, because that book is one that relies on a lot of master narratives that came from Nicholas. And I mentioned this in the morning session in chat, in thinking about this question of subjects versus objects in response to Anna Maria's presentation, Anna Maria Meister's presentation. So I think my question is this, which is, what other stories might we tell about this period of time as points of departure? I think that Rachel and Paul present some of these stories. Storytelling is a term that comes up and a point that begins to emerge, that maybe it wasn't there in the same way in 70 or 76 as it was in 80, 84, the 90s. Simulation is vital. These moves between media, using film in order to simulate a number of different, to bring technology to life and to show the fuzzy boundaries and borders. And Rachel, you were talking about, well, and Daniel raised a question about democracies, and you were talking about Cambodia. And this so utterly did not figure into Nicholas's lockdown master narrative of what the Architecture Machine Group was. He was oblivious, by his own admission or statement, to that protest. All of this, as you can tell, makes me a little bit uneasy these days. And so I guess I'm wondering, what stories do we need to be telling? If you could charge this audience for taking forward what you're talking about, what should we be digging into so that we can break up some of these master narratives and tell something that's a little spikier around the edges?
That's a great question. Thinking of Cedric Price, the contemporary British fun-loving, iconoclastic, and charismatic architect who would say that in those days technology was the answer, but what was the question? Yeah. And also from my perspective, I feel like I'm kind of finding out in retrospect what it was like to be associated with the architecture school and the Architecture Machine Group in those days as Marshall McLuhan would say, whoever discovered water was not a fish. And we were indeed the fish. Environment that we were swimming around in wasn't necessarily logical or rational or perceivable to us at the time. We were making it up.
Of course. You were the fish.
Right.
It makes me wonder if the answer to Cedric Price's famous question is media, is story, is protest, is context. I mean, it's so much fun to stop with Cedric Price's question. And it's the chapter that I wrote about him in my book is, of course, titled that. But it's fun to try to answer it too.
Molly, I think it's generous to say that those things you name were the question. I think our questions at the Architecture Machine were, on the one hand, much more naive, and also, well, I would say two things. Follow the money. So where did the money come from, right?
Yeah.
And the trouble is that today, the designers that we educate are still following the money. They would love nothing less than to work at Facebook or Google or YouTube or Twitter or name your nefarious AI purveying scourge. That's a little strong. But also follow the intentions. And I think the intentions are, as you said about Nicholas, and he admits a minute ago, I would say for myself also, I was not politically thinking about this stuff. I had a sensibility, maybe it was a little bit different because I grew up in a family that was both full of humanities and full of engineering and full of architecture. My father and my brother, one of my brothers, and medicine and opera and all kinds of things. It was, you know, sort of, I was the fish in that environment. So I learned how to swim perhaps to those places. But I love the idea that you're on, if you said this explicitly or implicitly, that you're on to another book, which is to think again about those histories from these other perspectives. And my offer for that would be follow the money, follow the intentions.
Thanks.
We have time for more questions or comments.
Do you mind if I ask a kind of follow-up question to that? What was the, you know, just to be explicit about it, what was the place of countercultures in this? You know, to my mind, usually when I'm setting out to do something weird, the question is the people around me and their interest, you know, their excitement in a way. You know, that's what sort of drives it. And often technology maybe is the answer, the vehicle. You know, this question of following the money and nefarious goals, it came up actually in the, there was a 50-year conference, 50-year conference on the Harvard lab, the mapping laboratory there, right? Which, you know, famously kind of spawned Esri. You know, whether that's a nefarious mapping company or not, you know, is a good question. But there was a lot of soul searching among audience members about how the mapping software was used. The money didn't come from the government really in that case. A lot of it was from the Ford Foundation initially. But the software itself was actually used, you know, so some of them claimed for bombing campaigns in Vietnam. Like, I mean, nothing less than that, right? And yet people in the audience were, their intentions, and this was kind of embodied in the software, I think, the way that it was cheap and you know, supposed to be easy to use. They had correspondence courses and so on. Some of their intentions had to do with making the software available to everybody. You know, the counterculture could use the same mapping software to produce sort of alternative maps or make an argument against bombing in Vietnam. I mean, this was the discussion in the audience. And I mean, I have to believe some of that was true, right? That they there was a kind of countercultural discussion going on that you know drove it to a certain extent.
I would answer yes, it was driven to a certain extent. I put a link in the chat of an article that Hugh Doberly led, and I joined him on to look at some of these interlinkages, not so much from the politics that I think we're going for now, but in terms of influence and so on. It was of an era. You know, it was an era where in the spatial data management media room, you know, you might, you know, smoke a joint, and you might walk across Mass Ave and be encountered with tear gas, not in 76, but this was my experience in 73, because of what was going on by way of protests and so on of that era. But having said that, again, I was a fish and maybe not that aware. So I can't really say from a historical point of view what those relationships were, as much as, you know, answer a question to the degree that it affected us. As Molly has said, Nicholas has said, didn't really come into our discussion in those days. And that's fundamentally true. I would vouch for the idea that we wanted these machines to work for people, where people meant what we thought of as people, which was more than just the elite at the university and more than just us. Again, personal computer for everyone, the Apple slogan prior to this time.
I also wonder if there's an element here of hiding the military associations of these technologies, in part because it was about, you know, humanizing the computer, civilianizing these technologies, and sort of trying to craft a different narrative about that project, which is not exclusive to Architecture Machine Group. Like a lot of MIT groups were part of that. And if we look at the prehistory of the ArcMac and some of the mentors of Negroponte and so on, that is something that starts to appear earlier in the 50s. And I think it's fascinating to think of that. I think we may have time for a couple more comments or questions.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about this common element in Paul and Rachel's work, and Danielle, it was you know, certainly a part of your exhibition, the book project, the movement through film, because that's really been something that we've been talking about, and what it is to move between media. If you each had a parting thought, or you know, a thought to give us here today about that movement, what would you tell us about what is gained in that kind of interspace between and through and with, you know, effectively 16 millimeter?
Oh, I guess I'd start with quoting Peter Greenaway, who has commented that cinema is far too rich and potential medium to be merely left to the storytellers. I think that essence of cinema is actually not storytelling, it's not narrative, that this was a method, a mode of filmmaking that was imposed by Hollywood very early in the trajectory of the technology and the development of the form. But I think that what the real fundamental thing about cinematic language is the collection and juxtaposition of multiple points of view. This is what montage is about. This is what connecting these things in time and in multiple threads. And I think that computers combined with cinematic media provide this space of interactivity and polylinear construction. And I think that these are areas that have great potential that are getting overlooked and neglected by the whole sort of driving emphasis on storytelling.
My response to that might seem oblique, but I think it's very, very parallel for Rachel's skills and worldview and my parallel skills and worldview perhaps, which is we like to think that it's the technology that's new, and new technology is great, sort of the common way of going about it. And that's what was certainly true for the Media Lab. I think the architecture machine had more of a concept or a partie. It had this conversation idea, which kind of lost its way, if I can be blunt about it, in time. And so the question for someone like me is, what do you do? What is your organizing principle? Conversation might be part of it, but more important for me is this concept of that Maturana talks about, Umberto Maturana, which is, why are we so fascinated by what's new? Let's wait a minute and say, before we act to make something new, what do we want to conserve? What do we want to keep? What is it in our values or our humanness or in our way of living together that we don't want to let go of? Let's know that to a degree that we can. And what that does, in his words, is it creates a space in which change can take place. So that's a way forward as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you both.
There was a wonderful comment from Leslie pointing out that you received some American students in Toronto. Leslie, would you like to speak to that? Because I think it helps understand the larger sort of contexts of these conversations on that.
I think I would merely say that we were pretty naive. On the one hand, we felt we were part of the counterculture. This was the 60s. This were utopian times. We thought we were going to solve all the problems of the world. And yet here were these young Americans who needed help to get over the border. So we offered them jobs, and some of them actually worked in our lab. At the same time, we never thought twice about being part of ARPANET. I had a terminal in my home. This is early 70s. And we didn't think of the fact that this was set up by the same U.S. Army that was bombing Vietnam. So we were of two minds. They were very interesting times because everything was possible. But then the last discussion the question of selecting which technologies we will apply has been lost a long, long time ago. There's been many books, I'm trying to think of the name, about how technology is going to take over, back from the 19th century, I believe. And as I said earlier, how we're going to apply AI, we rush into these things without being clear on whether we're doing the right thing.
Always showing the winners, human things. You want to say a few things, Paul, about that?
I'm simply responding to Leslie's wonderful comment. A book in 1949 or 50-ish, where Wiener wrote about exactly what you're talking about.
Yep. Yep.
And I want to point out something which is often lost. Forgive me. Do you see how the first human is typeset?
Yes.
It's italicized.
Okay.
The human use.
Yes.
Of human beings. And that's usually lost.
Yes. And in artificial intelligence research, there is not enough consideration of what the truly human abilities are, of how we can get to the heart of the matter in nanoseconds. And the whole matter of context and values and bodies and so on. Yeah.
Bravo.
Great. Maybe Vernel, would you like to you have a comment that I think connects to this point? Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I just want to say this conversation is so stimulating. I'm not even sure what my words are going to be right now, right? But Paul, Rachel, Molly, I mean, so beautiful. And my question is around Paul's beautiful comment of who was in the lab at that time, right? He said old white men and 6-year-olds, right? And my framing of questioning is around that naivety, which can be seen as convenient, right? And while that is possible for some, it's not for others, right? And today, in addition to convenient naivety, we have almost state-enforced naivety in understanding these politics, right? Then we have these technological developments that, as you said, Paul, follow the money. That's what's being invested in, that are exacerbating these issues in terms of who and what is visible and who or what is invisible, and these issues. And so my question is for thoughts from you, Molly, Rachel, on this direction that we seem to be going. What might be, from your experiences, your visions, your foresight when it comes to education and the practice, where are we sitting now, and what thoughts you might have for us moving forward?
Education.
Leslie says humanism in the chat. I agree.
Through machines? Perhaps not.
As others perhaps ponder, it may be obvious, I think Vernel knows what I would say now anyway. We have no excuse now. We can't be naive anymore. The second order comment would be, once you see that you did not see, you have no reason to stop, to not see. Sorry, that was a bit awkward, right? Once you look at your own looking and you realize that in the past you weren't seeing what you should have seen, you must see what you can see now. maybe that's a part of the education of humanism that Leslie is referring to. Certainly it needs to be everywhere. Sometimes we have the discussion in education. Well, let's see, we've got all these courses, they're great. And over there we'll have a course on ethics. And the counter to that is, no, wait a minute, in all of these courses, we have to be talking about ethics. And it's not clear that all professors want to fit that in, because that takes time from other things. Thank you, Matthew. I think there probably is still a place for the study of ethical things, ethical systems, ethical history. But what about right now? I'm going to write a piece of code now. One of my favorite examples, I hope someone else will come in with a question or raise their hand. When you go to Google, it doesn't tell you why it's telling you what it's telling you. And if you went to a friend of yours and you said, will you recommend where to go? And they recommend pizza across the street. And then you ask them, well, why are you recommending pizza across the street? Imagine how you would feel if they said, screw you, I'm not going to tell you why, I just recommended that. Well, but that's Google, right? It tells you what it recommends, but it doesn't tell you why. Yeah, I know there are hundreds of things that it takes into account, but it doesn't say, the thing I just recommended to you right now, Paul, is because of these criteria. It doesn't tell you that. And that's a bit like saying, screw you, I'm not going to tell you. So we don't accept that from human beings. Why do we accept it from our machines? So this was the beginning of a path toward wanting to talk about ethical interfaces, transparent, honest, and responsive in a conversational sense. So I can get that far and I can tell students about that. And then of course they go work for Google, and where's that go? So my hope is to create patterns and work and kits and design ideas that can be perhaps part of their thinking and maybe ultimately part of what they carry into the world. Maybe they'll do their own startups. Maybe there'll be a monetization strategy that they can use. But
I wish I had something profound to say. I just got back last night from 2 weeks practicing silence in the Oregon coast and the Sitka spruce forests, and my head is empty.
and that's a good thing.
That question will keep us thinking for a long time, Bernal. Thank you so much for asking it. I think it's also a nice way to kind of leave the session in a sort of more sort of open-ended way. And I see that we need to kind of start wrapping up. So first of all, thank you so much, Paul and Rachel, for participating in this conversation, for sharing with us aspects of this journey that you have done across art, technology, different parts of industry and education. It's been connecting in so many different ways to all the sessions in the symposium, and I think we will continue to be thinking about these subjects for a while. Thank you also, Molly, Bernal, and everyone who participated in the conversation, Matthew, for being part of the conversation. It's such a great thing to be among a community of people that, well, we know that we have questions that are sort of complementary and mutually enriching, and it's wonderful to be here. With that, I wanted to ask Theodora what we should do now. Maybe we should announce, maybe you would like to also kind of wrap up, and then maybe we can announce the tomorrow's session.
I just wanted to thank Paul and Rachel for these extremely thought-provoking ideas and stories. I mean, as Molly was saying, these are stories that we, even those of us who have studied the group, don't often hear, and it's wonderful to start thinking about the intentions and the contexts and kind of multiple existences of the architectural machine through its members and their work. So I think we should announce tomorrow's schedule, tomorrow is our concluding day, and our third theme, after having talked about surfaces and structures, is processes. So tomorrow, Daniel, I think we'll share the screen.
Yeah.
We have three fantastic papers in the morning by Gabriela Sepulveda, David Theodore, and Rajan Daliwa. And the session will be moderated by Olga Tulumi. And in the afternoon, we have a conversation with Liz van der Zag, which will be moderated by Gabriela Sepulveda. So it should be. I think it will continue many of the themes that we've been discussing today, especially issues of performance, performativity, bodies. I think will come up tomorrow as well, quite prominently. So we would love to see many of you again tomorrow, and thank you again for a great day today. We always live with so much food for thought and not enough time to process things, but I'm sure we'll have time after the symposium.
Thanks, everyone. Daniel, you're brilliant at the moderation and the preparation and all of it. Thank you for keeping us together in the way you have. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Pleasure. It's easy when it's two people like you.
Thank you for inviting us. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Rachel. Always.
Get some rest, you guys. It's hard work.
Thanks, Paul. It's great to see you here. Thank you.
All the best. Bye.
Bye.